Good morning, everyone. Before we start, I request everyone to please keep their phones on silent. A very pleasant morning to everyone present here. I, Alekhya, welcome you all to the second day of SymbiTalks 7.0. After a day full of learning, knowledge gaining, and abundance of corporate exposure, we are all set to begin our second day of SymbiTalks, which will uncover a diverse range of topics. As we commence the event, I now request Dr. V.K. Satyaprasad, Head of Academics, SIBM Hyderabad, to address the gathering. Please, sir.
Does it fit in? Very good morning to one and all. Am I audible? Okay, please, right. So before commencing, I'd like to thank our director, Sri K.P. Venugopal Rao, head CR Rosser, our esteemed guests for today, Mr. Vishal Shrimankar, Vice President, Mr. Anirban Mukherjee from L&T, and our own darling and favorite student and alumni, Mr. Abhijit Rishu. Right. As Alekhya said, the problem with going on second day is already most of the story has been told, right? So we have to do something differently. So what I was thinking is, let me try with some numbers, right? If I say this is IQ, what is IQ? No, this is SymbiTalks, industry quotient. If I say number 3, what comes to your mind now? Anybody, raise your hands and respond. Number 3. At least give it a try. Guess. Quickly, any of you. Industry 3.0, we are at industry 5. You're 2 Gs back. Tell somebody. Any of you. Who is the world's 3rd richest man? Quickly. From where? Our own country, right? From industry? Yes? When I say 5, quickly. Fifth largest economy in the world, surpassing whom? UK. One more five. One more five. 5G. What 5G? Is it the latest? In India? In the world? Sure? Japan, Norway are operating at 7G. So we are 2Gs back. Kya ji? Right. Yes. So why this was a small precursor? SymbiTalks is not symbolic talks. Lots of effort goes in, right? From the CR department. We invite the experts from the industry who spend their precious time here, coming here and delivering their little bit of learnings from their corporate world. But then you would see that institution and industry are inseparable. You always think about the connect. I say there is no disconnect. Why? Does industry require you? Yes, no, all right. Why? Why? Does industry require you? Again, I'm repeating. Do you require industry for your growth? There is absolute mutual dependence. One cannot exist without the other. When they are coming here, they are coming here with lots of hope, expectations, perception. They go back with images. More importantly, a perception that so and so business school students, I went there the other day, they were fabulous. Does it stop there? Tomorrow you will see Mr. Shrimankar, just an example, sir, interviewing you. So this is an occasion where each one is trying to measure the other. So it's an absolute serious affair. If you take it lightly, it's in peril. So when we see so much of interdependence, what is expected from such events, right? Today you are seeing our alumni Abhijit Rishu. He's on this side. I will tell what he used to do, right? Because we love case studies and real case studies. Whenever any such event used to happen, he used to do background research. Who is the guest coming? From which company? What are his strengths? What is his area of expertise? And asking pertinent questions. So that's why he's here, achieved little higher thing in short span of time. I'll give you two more case studies, right? There was a student called Divyansu, right? No names, which organization, etc., etc. Whenever he used to attend guest lectures or industry connect programs, he used to do thorough analysis about the company. And the sort of questions he used to ask the people from industry was that, sir, why has there been a spurt in the profits or reduction in the profits? How do you see the industry prospects going 5 years down the line? This is the inquisitiveness that is required from a business school student. And believe me, there is to be competition among students as to who will ask a better question, who will impress them with real skills, not flattery. And today, where he is, because you don't know, right? Many of us don't know. He's director in HDFC Bank. Within 8 years span. So we're discussing the theme Prism of Possibilities, right? The white light is all of you, but the colors are the dispersion, refraction. So each one of you need to showcase what your skills are, what is it you have learned before the industry. This is an opportunity to showcase that what is the effort being put in by everybody, including your faculty, your CR team, all the members, student volunteers, because efforts never go in vain. You're conveying this to the industry, boss, we are ready. Ready to enter your industry. This is what is the signaling theory or the signal which you need to convey to them. And opportunity never comes twice. Whenever you get an opportunity, grab it. And the greatest joy a teacher, people from the CR, head CR, directors, my colleagues get is when they see the students scaling heights. Of course, our contribution is maybe 1%. But then it is your efforts. So we have to decide whether we are the best or we go with the rest. So where do you think we are heading? Towards being best or towards the rest? No breakfast? Sure? So have you sent a signal to our guest from the industry? Yes, no, all right. We are on the way. We are ready. On the way. Good, please. So with a small little bit words of motivation and wisdom, I'd like to conclude my part of Gyan, right? We have industry experts, the people who stay there day in, day out. They will share their wonderful words of wisdom and the experiences which will help you to ace your entry and also the career growth in the corporate sector, right? Thank you one and all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the wise words, sir. SymbiTalks has provided the students of SIBM Hyderabad a platform to learn, interact, and gain insights of the corporate world from the industry stalwarts. The format has been ever evolving since its inception to create a larger impact on its stakeholders. One such stakeholder of any institution is its prestigious alumni, and SIBM Hyderabad this year has taken a step forward to introduce its alumni in its most talked about flagship event. We now take immense pleasure in introducing Mr. Abhijit Rishu, our very own alumni, who will be the host for the day. Mr. Abhijit Rishu is a BTech graduate from BPUT Odisha with a post-graduation from SIBM Hyderabad. Mr. Abhijit has a total experience of around 5.5 years in the IT industry. He is a level 3 certified Anaplan model builder and is currently working as an Anaplan consultant. With respect to Symbion's credential, Abhijit, precisely called as Rishu, at SIBM Hyderabad campus belongs to the batch of 2018-20 from the finance specialization. He also served as the second in command of the corporate interaction cell and has also held various positions of responsibilities during his time at SIBM. Having a positive obsession for stage, Rishu had been the primary anchor for most of the formal events and gatherings at campus, with the ones represented by SIBM Hyderabad outside the campus. I now invite Mr. Abhijit Rishu to take over and host the event, please.
Hello, SIBM Hyderabad. Hello, SIBM Hyderabad. So, thank you so much, Alekhya. You're there? No? Okay. Satya sir, he has shown the same persona, what we used to see in the marketing classes. Thank you for that words. I take immense pride for having been invited again at SIBM Hyderabad, this wonderful place, amongst this wonderful guest, amongst these wonderful crowd. Hello again, SIBM Hyderabad. Are you doing good? Thank you. SymbiTalks, the flagship event, is focused around research and information exchange. So subject matter specialists. The objective is to enlighten and educate future leaders in an approachable manner. We have a deep belief in the potential of ideas to alter behaviors, perspectives, and even societies. The goal is to build the library of unrestricted knowledge from the most inspirational leaders of the world. This two-day event will allow for a more engaging experience with our audience, leaving a lasting and a memorable impression. We all read it. No one looks forward to it. The only very few people can do it. But having difficult conversations can make all the differences and is a pivotal part of being part of a team. Our ability to have difficult conversations is a fundamental for success as both employees and employers. So without any further delay, let's call upon our first speaker, Mr. Vishal Shrimankar. I beg your pardon for the pronunciation of the name. Mr. Vishal has invested his entire career in leading and managing global change across sectors with a focus on financial services. Over 19 years, he has worked across all aspects of change management, from program management and business analysis to organization design and process engineering. He presently delivers a course on leading change for sustainable futures as part of MBA curriculum offered by Upgrad IMT Ghaziabad and Liverpool Business School. I welcome you on the stage, sir. Can we have a good round of applause for him? I would request SIBM people, every time when you find a place, you can join your hands and keep clapping. That's very important for us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. So, over the last 19 years, as Rishi mentioned, I have been spending my time in change and transformation. More than half of this has been primarily in terms of managing people. A decade or so, I have been building and managing large global teams. When I say large global teams, I mean I've managed teams across Poland, India, and Malaysia. When I say large teams, I mean primarily about a peak of 75 folks. Now that might seem as a small number by many comparisons, but let me just add, in change and transformation, there's a lot like business consulting. And therefore, the kind of people that you manage are probably managers, AVPs, and VPs and above. A lot of those people come with about a decade or 15 years experience. And therefore, I'd like to compare myself as probably leading an army made up of only majors and lieutenants. So from that perspective, 75 number of very senior folks is a very complex team. Across cultures, across geographies, is definitely a lot more complex. My talk today is going to be primarily premised on my learnings for the decade of experience of managing such teams. Now, what I will do in the next about 25 minutes is cover upon two fundamental areas. One, I will go on arguing that
difficult conversations become easy if you stop focusing on conversations themselves and focus a lot more on communication. But what's the difference? Conversations typically are more transactional. Communication is more holistic. So what I will do, I'll start by asking a series of questions. I'll answer them through data points and my own learnings per se, and we'll take it from there. My first question would be, in terms of what exactly is a difficult conversation and why do we believe it's so difficult? Over the last decade or so, I have entered many difficult conversations. The most difficult one, which I personally went through, was actually letting people go. This was 2 years back, before COVID, well before COVID, and we had gone through an exercise of actually having to let go of around 18 folks. And personally, I was responsible for about 8 people whom I had a very hard time in terms of sitting out and explaining people in terms of why we had to let them go. I hope I never have to have that conversation again, but that was the most difficult conversation I had. The other would be mostly in terms of actually communicating underperformance. That is something we go through every year. Most people don't even know that they're underperforming, and we need to probably hold the mirror to them and tell them the reasons why they probably are not doing very well. A difficult conversation again. And the third, this might seem innocuous to some, would be in terms of salary communication. Now, it seems fairly straightforward, right? Just tell them this amount of salary you're going to get. But historically, and what I've experienced is, people are extremely passionate and emotional when it comes down to salary communication. Most often than not, they probably get disappointed, and that really results in a difficult conversation per se. Now, these are some of the examples that I've gone through. The fundamental question is, why are they difficult in the very first place? Number one, in my perspective, would be in terms of the reaction that you typically get. Right? It is unpredictable. People tend to not base their response based upon logic. It is based primarily in terms of emotion, and therefore it could be unpredictable. It could also be in terms of more amount of emotion being released. That's one thing. And therefore, as a manager or as an employee or as an employer, how do you sort of face off with that particular communication, and that emotional response makes that conversation quite difficult. The second would be in terms of primarily the fact that the experience itself is limited. How many times do we actually have to communicate bad news? Arguably, if you probably have a lot more experience in terms of receiving that particular feedback and also giving that particular feedback, those difficult conversations could become easier. The third and the final point that makes this conversation difficult is primarily the fact that this is emotionally taxing, right? Irrespective of whether you're the person receiving it or the person giving it, there's a lot of emotion that goes into it, and you feel emotionally drained at the end of it. I make it a point not to have any performance conversation more than once per day, because I know when I exit that, even if it is a positive one or a good one, you feel emotionally drained. And that's the reason, some of the reasons at least, why I believe these conversations are quite difficult to manage. Now, let's ask a very fundamental question. Why do we need to have conversations at all? Right? Ultimately, if I'm leading a team of people who are extremely tenured, who are 10, 15 years experience, they have signed an employment contract, they know what needs to be done. They're like majors and lieutenants, right? We don't need to tell them what needs to be done. They know better than us. Why do we need to have conversation with them in the very first place? So let's ask this question. And for that, you need to understand what's happening in the industry. There are two things that's happening in the industry today. One is what we call as quiet quitting. Second is actual resignations and quitting, right? The market is very intensive and very competitive right now. What is quiet quitting? I just did a quick Google Trends to show what exactly is the level of interest. What are people searching for? And you can see there's a peak happening in terms of quiet quitting. But this is not a new phenomenon. We only have assigned a label and we call it something new right now, but this has been happening for decades. So there are various definitions of what quiet quitting is. My own perspective, something which I like the best, is the fact that people just don't contribute too much. They come in, clock in the time, do whatever is required, and then clock out again. They do enough just to ensure they're not fired. And this has been happening for decades, as you can imagine, right? We now have a formal name called quiet quitting, but that's increasing more and more. The actual is the fact that there's actually people who quit. And quiet quitting many a time is an actual precursor to finally quitting itself. And we have now called that as great resignation, right? This is something popularized by McKinsey, but again, this has been there for quite a while. Arguably, this came into picture only after 2021, when you had seen a spurt of resignation after the pandemic. But this is a very interesting graph that shows that this is not just a pandemic phenomenon. The amount of resignations have been increasing for the last decade. And there's a trend. There's a dip, obviously, because of the COVID crisis, when people were obviously not willing to make a change, and therefore the resignation dropped. it jumped up again, but it's part of a broader trend. And this is across sectors. It doesn't matter whether you're in retail or in manufacturing or in airlines or any other aspect. The great resignation is a reality that's happening across the entire industry. So it's not just a localized phenomenon, only in the US, only in India, or only in a particular area. It's across. Now, why are people quitting? Why is the great resignation such a big reality? And for that, there's a very interesting research done by McKinsey. And I'll connect, in case you're wondering why is this headed from a conversation standpoint in difficult conversations. This is the connect right now. What McKinsey did was a very brilliant study. They asked two sets of questions to two different users. One, the employees themselves. They asked employees, what are the factors that you believe are important to stay in an organization? Why would you stay? What are the factors that are most important for you to be there in the organization? The next batch of people they asked was the employers or the managers. They asked, what are the reasons that you believe are important for the employees? Now, the questions were the same, or at least in similar, but the responses that came back are fundamentally different. The employers came back and said, we believe what's important for the employees are pay review, promotions, training, remote ways of working or flexible ways of working. But what the employees came back and said, what's important for us that will help us stay back in the organization is going to be in terms of a sense of belonging, being valued by our managers, being valued by the organization, having trusted and caring teammates. What is the difference between these two? The managers believed on transactional aspects, promotions, pay reviews, trainings, remote ways of working are more transactional elements. What is important for the employees actually was more relational aspects, a sense of belonging, a sense of trust, having a sense of ownership, being valued by the organizations. And these aspects can only be managed by conversations. It's easy for me to send a quick email across to my employees saying, congratulations, you've been promoted. Or here you are, this is your pay review for a cycle. Or this is a training I want you to attend. I can send a simple email out. But can I do the same thing if I want the person to feel valued? I have to sit down and have proper conversations and sometimes difficult conversations. And therefore, the importance of conversations. So I'm going back and asking my question, why are conversations important? Because if I don't converse with my employees, they'll actually be experiencing, quiet quitting or actual great resignations. That is the importance of conversations. Now, but we don't like to converse, right? I mean, brutally honest, we have a lot of things to do. We have projects to manage. We have a business to sort of take care of. Do I need to really sit down and talk to people about what exactly they're experiencing? What are the challenges? What are the learning and development aspects? It's messy, it's time consuming, and many a time it's difficult. That's the universal truth that most of the managers and employees want to be. They don't want to spend time in terms of doing all that stuff. That's important, but not so much something you prefer to do. So how do you actually go about managing these conversations? How do you manage difficult conversations? And for that, there are various tools being used in the industry. Many of those I've used myself, and I've seen those being almost like a trend or a buzz. There is something called as PNP, positive, negative, positive, also called the sandwich model, which means we don't want to have a conversation right now. I actually say something positive about the person, get the person comfortable and actually deliver the feedback. And then I'll go back and again, actually end by putting a positive message again. So the person probably takes in the right spirit. It's been used quite extensively in the 2010, 2015 period. The sandwich model was a way to go. But then you can imagine it's not exactly the most effective one, right? You can't use that specifically for example, if you want to actually let go of a person, it's not going to work. Then we moved into something called as EBI. And again, I use this quite extensively in my own organizations, which is even better if. So rather than saying, these are your strengths, these are your improvement areas, we actually use a euphemism. And that's called, it would be even better if we probably actually deliver this. Again, fairly effective, but a lot of shortcomings to that. And then what is currently in vogue is a situation behavior impact model, right? So what do? You go back and say, this was a situation that you had. This is how you responded. And this is what actually happened. I felt bad, the client felt bad, or probably the team members actually felt bad. So you put the situation, you give the response that the person actually had, and then you actually talk about the impact. And therefore, that becomes like a feedback for the particular employee. And finally, we have a lot more focus upon data. Now we have this whole, this is a buzzword right now. So you actually go back and have communication, no matter whether you're talking about peer review, whether you're talking about letting people go, you talk about data points. This is what happened. This is the data points that you have. This is the number of times you miss a target, blah, blah, blah. Now, what's common across all these points is exactly the same thing which I mentioned to you in the McKinsey study. They're all transactional. Can I use any of these techniques right now to build that confidence and have a sense of belonging? Can I use any of these to actually make the person feel valued by the organization? These are typically being used for those transactional conversations, for communicating probably poor reviews, for underperformance, and so on and so forth. They will not help you in terms of those important aspects for the employee. So what we need are not tools for conversations. What we need is a completely different mindset that can help us actually drive communication and not just have conversations. And for that, I'm going to refer to a person who's not very well known, but very controversial. But I personally like at least one of his ideas. There's a guy called Gary Vaynerchuk, who's the CEO of Vayner Media, and he's also written called Thank You Economy. He introduced something fundamentally different mindset. We all know about customer satisfaction, which evolved into customer delight and became customer obsession. He's speaking about employee obsession. And he said, in so many words, that when you realize that you work for employees and your employees don't work for you, that will be completely having a different mindset as such. And he went on to say, I care more about my employees than I care about my customers. And I care more about my customers than I care about breathing. He's obviously exaggerating, but he's proving a point. His priority is very, very clear. Employees first, then customers, and then last you have your shareholders. But if you look at any corporate statement, any annual report, they start in exactly the reverse order. It is first shareholders, then customers, then employees. Why is this important? Why is this new mindset important? Why do I need to care about employees right now? Because in today's world, most of the work is being done by robots, by automation. Increasingly across the industry, you're going to have all the drudgery work being done by robots and bots. What's going to be left right now is in terms of the key areas that are important to the employees. And they are going to be a crucial differentiator for you in the industry. Howard Schultz, who's the current CEO of Starbucks, popularized that even before Gary did. He went on and said, if I have motivated employees, if my employees are motivated right now, then they will actually make a difference to my customer delight. So Howard Schultz and Gary, both of them are talking precisely the same point, employee obsession. Now, why is this important from a conversation standpoint? Because if I talk about a communication approach more broadly and not just having conversations, the entire focus changes. So let's look at some of the tools. These are all great. These are different mindset. These are not tools. It's a different mindset altogether. How will this mean from a practical standpoint in terms of having those conversations or having communication? Let's look at some of those techniques right now. So one would be in terms of having proper discussions continuously, right? So there is something called exit interviews. When somebody quits, HR or typically the manager says, why are you quitting? And that's what those are called exit interviews. And they are more like postmortems. You only get to know of the reasons after the person has quit, too late. Then we have something called as stay interviews that's been happening more frequently. What would be the conversation you'll have with the employees if you want them to stay in the organization? Those are called stay interviews. It's definitely an improvement when compared to exit interviews. But what's required is even more growth interviews. Having those discussions and saying, what will you do or what do you need right now for you to grow in the organization? That's the communication part. And it's a two-way discussion. It's not just one way where the manager speaks and the employee listens. This is two-way discussions. One of the aspects for employee obsession. Second would be, and this is a phrase which at least I have coined, called people debt. Now, why people debt? Some of you would have heard about technical debt. What is technical debt? Technical debt is when you probably don't make the right, people who are then in IT industry know what I'm talking about. You actually, if you ignore an IT system for a long time, don't make those frequent patches or updates or regular or evergreening, what will happen is your technical debt increases. So tomorrow, when you want to do anything different to the system, you're going to have a lot of debt to deal with. There is something called as people debt. When you ignore employees for a long time, it piles up. The frustration, the aspects, all of them pile up. So you have to pay down that people debt by having frequent discussions. Traveling down is very important. Meeting people face to face is very important. That's the only way you can actually pare down your people debt. So frequent discussions are equally important. Authenticity is rare, and this is non-verbal feedback, non-verbal communication. We always focus upon talking. How do you structure a discussion? But non-verbal feedback or non-verbal communication is equally important. People do play very close attention to what you do and what you say. You can't talk about work-life balance and then go and expect people to actually work 12 hours a day. So authenticity is very, very crucial. And that's also tying into your employee obsession aspect. We always tend to think of communication as one-sided or two-sided. Me, the employee and the employer, just having two-way communication. But you can't build a sense of belonging using those communication alone. And you've seen the McKinsey study, belonging was top of the employee order. And for that, we tend to always outsource belonging to HR. Say, that's HR's job. They're supposed to ensure diversity, equity, inclusion is there. But I don't believe that that's the case. You can't outsource anything to HR. It is a manager's responsibility to ensure the person feels included. And in the remote working environment, a very simple example. We are now seeing RTO, return to office. Half of the people are coming to office, half of them are not, because they prefer to stay back in the hometowns and we have hybrid ways of working. How do you ensure as a manager that you don't actually give higher preference to people who are coming to office? If you're coming to office, you see 10 employees coming to office, you tend to obviously favor more them. Equity is in terms of treating people equally. That's how you create a sense of belonging. So the very simple example is you have to ensure that you don't differentiate between people who come to office and people who don't in a hybrid ways of world. You can't outsource that to HR. It is up to the manager to actually manage that. The next would be in terms of building a community. Now, I have honestly not understood why the manager is having the sole proprietorship on feedback. It's always the manager who gives the feedback, the employee receives the feedback. If you have a community, that sense of belonging will come in, and your colleagues who are working with you are also responsible for your feedback. Jack Welch obviously popularized 360-degree feedback, where everybody gives the feedback per se. If we have a community and a sense of belonging along with it, the feedback comes in not from the manager alone, but from everybody around them, the directs, the colleagues, and the stakeholders as well, whom you work with. And that is key to actually building a community. And the favorite question I ask is, do you have a best friend at work? We all have best friends. If you have a best friend at work, that is one of the steps to actually building a community. And lastly, differentiating. Now, I have a phrase which I use. I'm saying that we're not in the business of religious conversions. We're not missionaries. As a manager, I cannot convert somebody who is an extremely demotivated employee who does not believe in too many aspects of skilling and make the person radically different. As a manager, I have to differentiate. There are some people worth investing in and some not. As employee obsession does not mean that every single person is equally important. You have to differentiate. I can only help people who are willing to help themselves. And that becomes a crucial part. I think Satya sir also mentioned, our contribution is only 1%. So essentially what we can do is we can hold up the mirror, we can tell those feedback, we can help the person realize what the people actually think about him. We can provide the support. It's up to the individual to actually step up. And some people do, some people don't. Employee obsession does not necessarily mean that every single person is important. You have to differentiate and focus upon that particular employee. So it's all great, right? So I started by looking at Google Trends. I'm going to end by looking at Google Trends. I was just curious. I said, employee obsession, I've heard a lot about it. I firmly believe in it. What does the world do? So I did a quick Google Trends search. This is for 5 years, as of 7th of September, 5 years back. All of the searches worldwide of employee obsession. You can see it's a bit patchy, right? But then at the very end, you can see that the peaks are rising and become a lot more clustered. So there is rising interest in terms of what employee obsession is all about. Then I went about saying, great, that's a worldwide trend. What's happening in India? Nobody's even heard about it. Google says there's no data. So employee obsession is something that is catching up worldwide. But unfortunately, India, we don't believe in it. We still believe in the importance of customer, but we don't realize the importance that the employee has and the employee can make in terms of building the connect with the customer. So if you have to summarize, I would say that don't focus on conversations. If you actually focus on communication, more broad-based communication that is holistic, not just manager to employee and employee to manager, also across the entire pool, that is continuous, not just once a year when you actually sit down with a person for pay review or for your performance discussions, but throughout the entire year. And that is employee obsessed, where you genuinely believe then unless the employee is motivated, it won't do. It won't be a tick in the box exercise. It is something genuinely believe it. If you focus on communication, then all the difficult conversations become quite easy for you. Thank you. That's what I had.
Quite a detailed one. So it's very simple. I beg your pardon, sir.
Okay, sure.
So we don't need tools for communication, as rightly said. We need intentions, mindset. That is very important. So first you decide why you want to do a conversation. That is the intention. What you have to converse, that is the matter. And the third one is the how you want to do the conversation. Rightly said by Mr. Vishal. I would like to now request Mr. Nicholas, sir, Head Corporate Relations, to kindly felicitate our guest. Can we have a round of applause, please? Until he reaches the stage, we can have that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your fantastic campus as well, that. That was the idea. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure. Can you please help him, somebody? Excuse me, sir. Yeah, we are open now for the question and answers. Let's have a conversation with Mr. Vishal. Anybody?
Thank you, sir, for your insights on employee obsessions. I just wanted to ask that how frequent is stay interviews and growth interviews should be conducted in the company?
Okay. There's no magic formula. Ultimately, it depends upon the employee. There are some employees, I mean, if you look up on the situation leadership framework, which basically talks about how people are rated based upon skill and will, right? People with extremely high skill and extremely high will typically tend to delegate and leave them to do whatever they want to do, only guide them. And there are some people who probably are low on will and high in terms for which you have to do a lot more mentorship and a lot more support, a lot more emotional guidance, etc. So honestly, it depends. As a manager, I think the most important thing is to understand who requires more amount of interventions, who less. Okay, and then plan accordingly. There are a lot of people whom I work with who are top performers, star performers. For those, you don't need to have that much amount of guidance and so much amount of support. Probably once a month is enough. But there are a lot of people who require a lot of support, guidance, etc., for to be as frequent as once a week. So it really depends upon the employee and about, of course, upon the manager himself or herself.
Sir, I had one question to ask.
Yeah.
So there was one aspect that I really liked about what he had mentioned, which was about the growth interviews.
Yeah.
But what I find is that in some cases, what typically could happen is that the employee could be motivated to work as to the best of their abilities because of the scare that they might lose the job.
Okay.
But when a growth interview happens, it honestly kind of gives an implication that this person is working to the standards that the employer is expecting. So when that is going to be the case and when growth interviews happen, it probably might give them a sense of security or also give them a feeling that they're indisposable. So when that happens, do you think their productivity could drop down?
Okay, so I think that's an important point. There is something called as psychological safety, right? People have heard about that. It's very famous right now. I think it's done by Amy Amundsen from the Harvard University. Has actually spoken about it extensively. What is psychological safety? Psychological safety is precisely what you mentioned, where a person does not have a fear of losing the job, right? They are safe to voice out and speak out. A lot of time we don't really speak out too much because we believe that this will be held negatively against us, either by the manager or by the colleagues. Now, how do you build that psychological safety? So it stops becoming just a tick in the box exercise, because exactly if growth interviews are limited to only having a tick in the box exercise where a person speaks to the employee and the employee speaks to the manager and only does enough to probably just stay in the job, then the whole purpose of growth interviews are redundant, right? Growth interviews are primarily in terms of how do you help the person grow their potential, their performance, their capabilities. So they do more than what they have been doing so far. Stay interviews, on the other hand, are, as you mentioned, right? What do I need to do as an employer to ensure you stay back in the organization? That's it. So growth, by definition, are focused in terms of upping the bar, moving the bar up, so you can do more, actually pick up more. And if people are afraid to speak up because of losing the job or saying something that probably impacts them, then the psychological safety is missing. So the key aspect is psychological safety. If you can build that community, if people are secure that no matter what I speak and what I do, I will be taken in the positive sense, then I think that's when growth interviews work. So that's a precursor for any particular growth interview to happen. Okay, people always think about failures, right? We live in a world of certainty. And that's something I'm very fond of saying. The entire frameworks are built upon certainty. When you start something, you have to finish it and ensure it works well. But we have to move towards the world of probability. That's how innovation works. You could fail 10 times. When you succeed, that's going to make all the difference. So fear of failure and not actually having that impacting your career is very crucial. That's where psychological safety plays a role. So as long as I'm comfortable to actually fail, I'm comfortable to speak up and not have the fear of losing my job, that's a precursor to having any growth interview.
Hello, sir. Yeah, hello, sir. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What are the parameters of employee obsession?
So mindsets typically don't have parameters. Frameworks have parameters, right? So it's not a framework, it's a mindset. So the mindset is more towards, if you ask me, what does a mindset look like? What does a good mindset of an employee obsession look like? It's exactly what Gary mentioned. You really care more about your employees than your customers. If you have that perception that your employees are going to be instrumental to actually help you achieve customer delight or customer obsession, that mindset is what we need. So it's difficult to actually articulate a mindset. It's like saying, what are the innovation mindset? And a parameter to that. Okay, I think it's more in terms of your way of thinking rather than a framework. A framework can have parameters, not a mindset. Yeah.
Hello, sir. My name is Amar Simharadi. I'm from HR. So I'm really interested to know about this interview, and I'm even conducting a research paper on it. So as per my research survey conducted up to 150 participants who include almost all the top MNCs, many of the people don't even know the concept of stay interview. They never heard it.
Yeah.
So does your organization follow the process of stay interview? Do you have that?
So I think it's less of an organization construct. I think it's more of a, like I said, the employee position or the manager's aspect, because HR will never go back and say, don't do one-to-one interviews as such, right? One-to-one interactions per se. HR obviously talks about having a lot more interactions with the employees so that we have the employee engagement being done. Now, HR will never go back and say what goes into your employee engagement aspect. Okay, so it's entirely up to the manager in terms of how to frame those conversations. I can have regular one-to-one discussions every week for a month, and once a month, I can use or repurpose that particular one-to-one discussion specifically for stay interviews or grow interviews. Okay, so if to answer your question, I think yes, there are a lot of pockets in the organization. It's not an HR mandate that's happening across the entire organization. There are a lot of pockets where the managers specifically do those discussions. They call this as PDPs sometimes, their personal development plans. They call that something else, but essentially they are nothing but grow interviews per se. How do you ensure you actually help the employees grow?
Sir, and how can you associate people depth to stay interview?
Sorry, people do?
People depth. You mentioned that people depth.
Oh, people depth, yes.
Yes.
To stay interviews.
Yes.
So people debt is a broader construct, right? So people debt is where you need to ensure the employee is engaged. Okay, you have to ensure you address their concerns. What exactly is happening with them? We are all human beings. Some of us actually have gone through a lot of challenges, even now, in terms of personal issues. Somebody is going with a health issue with the family, their mother, their father, etc., or their children. And you probably are not paying attention to them specifically, and you don't help provide the support. That adds up to the people debt. Okay, it's just like your regular debt. If I don't pay down my interest, what's going to happen? It's going to pile up, and finally, it'll be reaching a stage where I probably cannot service the debt as such, right? So people debt talks about ensure that you communicate enough employees, the support is there. But stay interviews are more like a subset of people debt because they specifically talk about one aspect, that is how can you actually grow. Okay, so people debt is more broader, just ensuring you communicate and ensure all of the person feels connected. But grow interviews or stay interviews are specifically a subset of that particular aspect.
Yeah. Hello, sir.
Yeah.
So my question is that you were talking about quiet quitting, right? Where people actually do the bare minimum. Don't you, I mean, obviously I do believe the fact that we need employee obsession, but don't you think, without that, we would be able to weed out the people who don't do much of the work? You might get the people who are passionate about the job, but don't you think that might help?
Okay, so a key, I think I read somewhere that when people who are extremely engaged start becoming quiet, that is definitely one of the major telltale signs that something is going wrong. So to your point, yes, we can identify such people fairly easily. In the way back in the factory workers days, you can easily find out who's probably just clocking exactly the time and clocking out and just doing enough. In similar in today's world as well, in the information economy, you can find out those people. But the key question is, what do you do when you find them out? Do I just have my underperformance discussion and say, because you've not been doing this, therefore you're being underrated underperformer? Do I probably just ensure that we let those people go? That's the key aspect. You can identify those people, but the key question is, why are they actually feeling that way? If they have been star employees who are now suddenly become quiet quitters, something fundamentally is missing. Maybe they don't feel belong. They don't feel part of the organization. Maybe they probably are not having that amount of, they don't feel valued by the organization as such. Maybe they don't feel connected with all the rest of the team members. So knowing what is the primary reason for that particular disconnect and then taking interventions wherever required is crucial. And going back to what I mentioned earlier, we have to differentiate. So are these people who have been motivated the way earlier and now suddenly they have become demotivated for some reason, or was it something that is fundamentally wrong with them? If it is a former, it is your responsibility to ensure that they actually feel connected. If it is a latter, as I mentioned, employee obsession does not say that every employee is important. There are some people who are not worth investing in, and for that you have to take some necessary interventions.
Okay, Vishal, sir,
Yes.
So I have a question. I have worked a lot with HR and quite a good experience in HR. So I have seen most of the companies have now started putting bots for all this conversation.
Mhm.
So all like L&T, I have been working with Amdocs. Greater the employee strength, more the bots are influenced for all these conversations. So how you suggest to replace means quite like when we go in future, we probably have only these bots who are going through all this conversation. But there means I think there should be some human touch to all these conversations. Like after someone completes 5 years, 3 years in the organization, or if someone has any of such issues. So how you suggest, like it should be bot or it should be a human touch, or some HR should give a call, or some manager should have this conversation?
Okay, so I think that's an interesting and multi-layered conversation. Let me just break it down or unpack it for you. So to your point, yes, you are right. And bots are increasingly become more and more prevalent. And I think I mentioned this in one of my previous discussions, where I said that there's one survey that specifically says that by 2030, the jobs that will be there, 85% of the jobs that will be there in 2030 do not even exist right now. Okay, and that raises a very interesting question. If you don't exist right now, we don't even know what skills are going to be required for those. So how do you prepare for the particular future? And my response to a particular question was, the only way you can do that is by learning how to learn. Whatever you learn right now is going to be, you have to unlearn that in the next few years' time. 2030 is not very far off. By the time most of the people graduate, it'll be around 2025 or 2024. And therefore, it's going to be just 4 or 5 years away. So from that perspective, the most important skill is to probably just learn how to learn because you'll have to learn something new probably in 2028, 2029. That's one. Secondly, to your point in terms of the right mix between bots and human beings, you are right. I think it depends upon which industry we are in. If I primarily in terms of the service industry today, which is made up of your financial sector, your IT industries, your contact centers, etc., etc. If I focus upon the service industry, a significant portion of what we call as the heavy lifting part is going to be done by bots. Okay, be it chatbots, be it all the work on contact centers, be in terms of automation, operation aspects, almost everything is going to be done by bots. Therefore, the element that will be there specifically for human beings, and it's a very common construct to say all human interfaces are going to be done by human beings. That's not true. Chatbots have proven that. In the US, 65% of all the people prefer to take financial advice from a chatbot in terms of where to invest, what percentage to allocate in terms of financial equity markets or debt markets. More than half of the people in the US prefer to actually go to bots rather than to a financial advisor. So not all human interventions require human beings. That's a key aspect, right? Otherwise, it's always heard that whatever is happening, if you open up the bonnet, what's happening inside the bonnet is going to be automated. No, that's not true. That is true to a large extent, but even the human interface is going to be automated to a large extent. Therefore, to answer your point, I just don't know, right? Because it's unknown for us. There will definitely be an element in terms of where human intervention is required, but what is that going to be? That is still unknown. That's evolving. Okay, so as HR, I think the only thing I can advise you is you need to have the human touch and ensure that whatever happens, focus on ensuring people are focusing on learning and on learning as such. Yes. Yeah, please go on, sir. Again, I think this is more like shades of gray. It's something similar to customer satisfaction, customer delight, customer centricity, and customer obsession. Okay, again, it's a mindset. Customer delight or customer satisfaction was limited to only probably just sending out once a year surveys and saying, are you satisfied, yes or no? Question is, customer centricity, and thanks to Amazon, who has probably said we're the most a customer-centric organization on the planet, that is what is called as customer obsession, where you take the mindset even further, right? And to quote some of the Amazon examples, we all know about that. They keep one chair empty in the meeting rooms to represent the customer. They always ensure that the customer is there in the center of every single particular presentation that they do. I think that's the key aspect. So customer delight or employee centricity is more in terms of ticking the box exercise, doing once a year surveys. How are you feeling? Satisfied? Will you stay back in the organization, etc., etc. Employee obsession is taken to the next level, where you understand that unless the employees are really engaged in the organization, they won't really make an impact to the customer.
Well, it seems SIBM had a lot of curiosity over conversations. Let's thank Mr. Vishal again together. Thank you for your precious time, sir. Tell a story, make an impact. Storytelling can be used to help make your identity more memorable and impactful by creating a story that explains what makes it unique. Personal branding is the conscious and intentional effort to create and influence public perception of an individual. To elaborate on the same, I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Anirban Mukherjee. Mr. Mukherjee is a senior executive talent acquisition with a demonstrated history of working in the information technology and services industry. Skilled in campus hiring, interviewing, recruiting, and human resources. Strong human resource professional with masters in personal management focused in human resource management from MIT SOM College. May I please request Mr. Anirban Mukherjee on the stage, please. Over to you, sir.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So it's like
coming to the campus again after 2 years. I have spent most of the time in campus recruitment and giving such speech. And I know this 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, it's very boring, and people yawn, and people will sleep behind. But yeah, so I don't have a PPT. I will share my experience. I was just like you all, like 7 to 8 years back. And probably, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me here. I probably had a very good touch with your super senior, and got to know I was hiring means a huge bunch of candidates from SIBM Pune. But this is the first year that I am in Hyderabad. I will just tell you my story, because probably you can connect with me, just when probably my story starts after my 12th, when probably I was looking for the best degree which will get me to have the best CTC. First the CTC, then where are my friends going all. So everywhere I was seeing, probably in 2007, 2008, everyone was going towards computers. So I thought it's a big ticket to go in computers, learn computers, and I will get a very good CTC. I will get a huge package, and probably all this at this graduation time after 12th, we are more influenced by our family, our friends, probably our neighbors, everyone, and we end up taking any of the degree that we want. Probably it was with me. Today's all the candidates are very smart. So I end up taking computers. I did a 3 years computer application course. I got placed. I worked for 2 years in IT and networking, but somewhere I was not happy. I failed being happy while I was working with this IT company. And probably I thought that I made a mistake. So after that, I thought of myself that I took the best. I thought best. I thought of going in computers. I thought of having a good package. Rather, in 2010, I had a good package, and we all end up going for any degree because of this package, because of good CTC, or to make our parents proud. But after 3 years, after working for another 2 years, I thought that I was not happy with the job which I was doing. I was not actually getting motivated each day. I was into coding, into networking. Probably it was every day's job. So I stopped. I quitted that job. I went for MBA. Again, I came to the same line where my friends were doing MBA. My parents told me that you go for an MBA. And I took, because I was more of a people's person, I took HR, because most of my friends were going for HR. I was not a sales finance person. So I took HR. In this 2 years of MBA, I got to know that HR में ज़्यादा कुछ job है नहीं. So it's probably into HR. Whoever is from HR, I will tell you there are jobs now. At that time, इतना डर मत जाना कि jobs नहीं है. I will only come for jobs. So after doing HR, I was pretty confused again. Probably to go for HR core HR. Probably for recruitment. Probably there were many jobs in labor laws. There were legal jobs. And again, I was confused. I was again looking for a good CTC. According to our marks, every student, everyone starts expecting more. We expect more. We get good marks. We start with our good CTC. We want good package. We want good brand. Probably we want Microsoft, Google, and all these organizations. So at that time, I had to decide that I want to be happy, or I want all this domain, that is brand or good CTC or
all this. So I thought of giving a chance. I thought to myself that I will be flexible for just before 10-15 days before the placement. I thought that I will be very flexible. Whatever comes in, I will go for that interview. I will give that interview. So my first company, I gave my first interview and I got placed. And I had the offer letter in around October, November. After that, I never knew that this company was all into recruitment. What was recruitment? How we do recruitment? मुझे कुछ पता नहीं था. And in June, we started our first training. It was a 2 months of training. We were trained. At that point of time, when the first day was, I got a message of that cab driver, and my pickup was at around somewhere around 6:30 in the evening. तो मुझे लगा यार recruitment शाम को कैसे start हो रहा है? So I was all lost. Just because I wanted to be flexible, I was very happy for that from November to June कि मेरे पास offer है, and most of my friends offer नहीं था किसी के पास. So I had an offer, but lately I got to know that is a US IT recruitment job. We sit in India, so US IT recruitment is we sit in India, we hire for the companies that are there in US, and we have to work for US shift. And the shifts which I got, mera bad luck, it started from 9:30 at night and it ended somewhere around 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. So it was whole graveyard shift. So everyone started, हाँ तेरे पास offer था, ये वो. So I also told many of them कि मेरे पास offer है. इतना किया कि then my friends started telling me that now you will have bad habits, bad food, bad sleeping habits and everything, and all that negative energy was with me. Somewhere I started enjoying that job. 2 years I did my US IT recruitment. I was into recruitment because I was happy. Somewhere or the other, I was happy. I was I was into all the people, calling different organization, placing all these people. There was good bonuses, good package was offered, because usually for US, anybody who works for US organization has a good package and good bonuses. So I was pretty happy. So see, probably the possibilities that we are looking for is there in each and every one, but we actually don't know what we do. We just go around because our friends are into this organization, or we go for this brand, or we go for good high CTC. After 2 years or 2.5 years, I got another chance with a company called Amdocs. It's a huge company, Israel company in Pune. So I got a chance with that company for a campus recruitment. So I took it as again a challenge, and probably I had many questions that will I be happy? Will I be the same person which I don't wanted to be the person which I used to be at the time when I worked for this IT companies. So I took this campus recruiting job, and here I am for like next 7 years, 8 years, I am into all campus recruiting. I travel whole, probably the pan India, all the colleges, all the management colleges. Earlier, I used to do all the engineering colleges. Now, probably I am into all the management colleges. So I have a few points for you. I won't share my unique experience because I have reached here, but I have seen many of the management graduates still are very confused. I have many of the students who don't get placed at the right time because of some of their attitude, some of their barriers that they don't want to break, and they come up to me at a point probably when I can't give them a job. Probably if you come somewhere around March, April, May, I won't have the demand for giving that job to you. So I have few points I will tell you. So my first point, so I just wanted to ask you, what are the things that you considered when now probably all are from first year and second year? Okay, so can you just raise your hand tell any random thing that comes to your mind for placement. Just before placement, what do you want? Anyone? Good job profile. Good. Any, just tell me, don't tell me CTC and brand. That I know. Yeah. Okay. Anything more? Guys, come on. Placement season aa raha hai. Yeah. Okay, work-life balance. That also, okay, I will come to this point later, work-life balance. I will tell you some of the experiences of my juniors. So first thing that means I will tell you, I will suggest you all that go for domain knowledge. When a campus recruiters come or the managers come, they won't see you what you have done in your internship. They will actually see what you have, the qualities you have as a domain knowledge. If you are from finance, if you are from marketing, what are the domain knowledge that you have? So the domain knowledge is a very strong knowledge that you need to gain all this 2 years, 1 year, 6 months you have. So focus on your domain knowledge. They won't ask you much. Probably the managers is not bothered about what qualities or what is the CTC or what is your report card says, how much percentage you have. Probably that is the eligibility criteria for all the companies, that you need to be 50% above, 60% above. But domain knowledge is one of the vital resource that every manager would see in all of you. Then second, probably a very common thing probably is everyone is confused about the resume. See, I go to the IMs, I go to probably all the IMs and ISB, and trust me, the people with 8 years, 9 years experience also have 1 page of resume. So the best part of the resume is keep it as short as simple, because a recruiter won't have like an hour or half an hour to review the 3 pages resume, 4 pages resume. Candidates do write, matlab, internship ka pura story they write, and they fill it the whole page. First page is totally with internship experience and all. But resume, if it's short and simple, it's the most positive thing about a candidate. Then probably there I will come again to one point, that is time management. I have seen management students leaving the organization because they couldn't manage their work at the right amount of time. So I have people from IMT Ghaziabad, probably SIB in Pune, who have left the organization just because they couldn't manage multiple work at the same time. 9 hours you have to do your work. At same time, you can't manage the work. So start at least improving your time management. Anybody, if he or she is punctual, then that's super. But you have to be punctual, and you have to manage your work in that same 9 to 10 hours of work, or you end up doing work for like 13 hours, 14 hours, and then your time sheet is all over. And IT, koi agar IT mein aayega, to IT mein overtime nahi hota hai. Probably in manufacturing you will get, but in IT you won't get any penny for any overtime you do. Then probably I will again come to remove your barriers. So there are 3 barriers which I have seen. First is location barrier, second is CTC barrier, and another is the brand barrier, which everyone might probably, I don't know, if you are flexible, then that's cool. But location barrier is one of the barrier which I face every year at the time of from February to March and April, when I onboard all the candidates. I have seen candidates who are specifically want to work in Pune, Mumbai, Hyderabad. Probably as L&T is a pan-India company, we also have many other places like some Kolkata, we have Coimbatore, we have Bangalore, Chennai. So all the cities which are probably mostly IT oriented, candidates want to go there, like Pune, Mumbai, Hyderabad, probably everywhere, but they don't want to go in a small town like Nagpur or Coimbatore. So please remove those barriers, because with those barriers, once that barriers are gone, and probably you won't find a good company, you end up not getting placed, and you coming to any of the recruiters after March, April, that demand is gone. Again, a CTC barrier is one of the barrier which probably it's a challenge for every candidate, that you want a CTC that is much more than you deserve. So probably दोस्त को 10 lakhs मिल गया, then probably I also need somewhere around 9, 9.5, 10. But you ignore those companies which probably come by 5, 6, or whatever the CTC may be. So one of the guys said that work-life balance, probably many of the candidates I have seen recently, there was a candidate who took one company that was a startup and with a very good high package, and now he is complaining for the work-life balance that he is going through. So we can't complain about the work-life balance when you take a very good CTC or any of the possibilities. If you take a good brand, there may or may not be a good work-life balance. If you take a good CTC, there may not be a good brand. So you won't get all these things in one company. So probably before you start or setting for the placement, you need to decide where you are and what brands you want to go, or you are flexible. So if you want, you can decide that you want to go for Google, Microsoft, whatever the companies come here, and you target those companies, you prepare the interviews for that company, and you become unique. But if you don't think that you want to be flexible, that's pretty good, because I was flexible. And trust me, as a fresher, whoever is a fresher, they won't get the CTC or the brand in one go. Like when you're a fresher, you don't get all these things clubbed, or you don't get a platter of career coming to you. You have to be in the organization for 3, 4, 5 years. Then probably you have, you can set your tick marks that you want good CTC, you want good brand, or probably whatever you want. So coming to the uniqueness that you want, you have to first jot down your unique talents, and then probably you go for any of the companies you come. So I have seen a lot of candidates who have missed their placement or missed placing in a good companies, probably not just LTI, but other companies as well. So yeah, so these are the points which probably made me sail through all the companies which I came across. I was hired by Amdocs, then probably I went to Veritas, and after that L&T. And trust me, all this companies campus recruitment goes in the same direction which I have told you. They want someone with a good domain knowledge. They want presentation skills, a person with confident, who is very confident, and probably some of the person who can just like go with the company tradition, their culture. Some of the candidates do come with a good company knowledge, probably from their brother, sister, they hear, and they come with a good company knowledge. But you also need to know that there are some points which even the company is looking when they are offering you a CTC of probably 10 and above 10 lakhs. So with this, probably I will end up my conversation, and thank you so much. And if you have any questions, you can ask me, because all the second year students will see me probably somewhere around October, November. And yeah, thanks a lot. And one last thing, whatever you do with your passion, be happy. the most, I guess the most important thing is you have to be happy after whatever kind of work you do. And at the end of the day, you know that you are happy and you are doing the right job that you wanted from a very long time. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Anirban. So house is open for the questions as of now.
Hello, sir. My name is Pooja. So, like you said that as a fresher, you should not consider the CTC that is given by a company. But so during we tend to uplift our skills and with different courses, and we try to put it on our CVs and even try for different internship. Does that not count while recruitment?
Yes, so it does count. See, having multiple internship or multiple certification also hampers your interview that is going on with the interviewer. If you are very focused to any of the skills, if you are into marketing, your finance or HR, probably I can tell for HR, if you have many courses done for payroll, one for legal, one for recruitment, that hampers your interview because there is no focus that you have given to any of the courses. If you are into the track like you are doing internship in recruitment and you followed that for next like 2 months, then probably for summer internship as well, then that is good. But yes, if you have done internship in lot of probably 3 to 4 profiles, the questions will be so there will be questions that you need to answer and you need to prove that you have done internship into. Because I will tell you, recently I was taking a mock interviews for some college, and the guy tells me that he has done internship in Dubai and all into recruitment. Now, when I asked what he has learned in recruitment, he says that probably in Dubai, he was not put for direct recruitment because they don't have a legal thing to take interviews. So, see, now he says that he has done internship, but in Dubai, he is not legalized to take any interviews. So, means he has not done any internship. He has just enjoyed Dubai life for 2 months and he has come back again. So this is the thing, that if you are doing internship, if you have done internship, you tell that what you have done in recruitment, probably in payroll, what you have learned. If you are telling that you are masters in Excel, you need to show that Excel and you need to show that skills. So that is, you can do, obviously you can do.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
So my name is Shivang Anand and I am an HI student. So I have a few questions, sir. Like with the advent of Industry 4.0 and the upcoming Industry 5.0. So there is a lot of automation and artificial intelligence eating up the job of like 85% of the jobs is going to be vanished by 2030.
Yes.
So, what in the field of talent acquisition, what is going to be the condition of talent acquisition in the near future? How do you see, sir?
Yes. So as I guess the last speaker said, Vishal sir, that everything is automated and everything is replaced by the bot. So the future trend is showing that HR, probably the whole HR team or the whole recruitment team will be replaced by a bot, but that won't happen probably because I will tell you, bot has only that features of taking the initial screening of the interviews or the talent acquisition. So probably the first round or second round of interview can be done by a bot. There will be very basic questions that we will give. The humans will have to give the bot some questions, and there will be a churn or screening done. Probably if I don't know if you know the technical things, before recruitment, there is a process called sourcing. So sourcing is a very vital role which nowadays many of the companies have. So there is a whole team of sourcer. What they do is they churn the profiles from all the resumes. So there are 300 jobs, there are 3,000 resumes, and there will be from those 3,000 resumes, you need to churn some resumes that are actually relevant to your job. So if there are skills like Java and SQL and probably other skills, so that bot will do that functional things, that they will churn those resumes and they will get the humans those resumes who have Java and SQL technologies. So that will only be replaced only for 1 or 2 rounds, but HR cannot be wholly replaced by a bot or cannot be automated wholly. So don't worry, you all have jobs, whoever is a HR. So there won't be a automation that will just go and replace the HR people. So that won't happen.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And that is sort of like hope for me.
Yeah, sure. So even my job is at stake. So it won't happen.
And yes, sir, another question that I wish to ask is that while recruiting or interviewing candidates, apart from seeing that whether the candidate meets the job requirements or not, what other personality traits of the candidate is looked for?
See, first of all, when I recruit, I usually it's actually an experience from all the recruiters. You will find other possibilities. So me as a recruiter, I always see the attitude. If you have that attitude to do a job in L&T, because L&T is a very engineering mindset company. They won't the leaders, they don't usually take the answer as no. They don't like that thing. So I want someone who is very flexible, whose attitude is very positive, who can say yes, probably who can do the work in a well stipulated manner, like in 9 hours he can do, because in L&T there is a rule that you can't work more than 9 to 10 hours, because if you work by 10 hours, your manager or the heads will get a stinker saying that this employee is working more than 10 hours or 11 hours. So we need someone who is very smart, probably someone who is very flexible, very good of attitude, who can work. So these are probably the basic skills that all the recruiters check in most of the candidates. Apart from the job description, yes, job description, if you are asking how a candidate should know the right job description, probably I will tell you everyone that whoever is from any of which background, job description is the main thing that you need to see at the very first go when a company shares the job description. I probably, when I reach out to any of the colleges, I share around 7 to 8 job descriptions every year. So every job description is different. Within L&T, there are many businesses. There is digital consulting, who is mostly into consulting. There is manufacturing. Whoever is a BTech guys, they can apply to those jobs. Whoever, I also have oil and gas who are from petroleum background. Probably BFS is the most biggest business in L&T. So whoever is from finance background, they can apply. So job description is one of the thing that we share because you need to see the job description, jot down those points, and you need to know that you are from that background. That's because you are applying to those jobs. Or else if you end like applying to the wrong job, then you will suffer after you join the organization. So job description, just don't take any of the job description and go into the organization. So that is the main point.
Thank you, sir.
So
Yeah.
So being a fresher, I'd like to know which of these has helped you the most in your career, your education or your experience?
Probably see, as a fresher, it's always your education. So when you are a fresher, recruiters will see your percentage. Some of the companies like TCS and they have that eligibility criteria where you have to be 60% and above everywhere. So it's education for sure for all the freshers. Once you are experienced, that is 3 years, 4 years down the line, you can go and apply to any of the jobs, because now you have 3 years experience. You can show those experience and you have that work culture and whatever the company is looking for, you know how the organization work, how the like leaders work. So you know how the things go. As a fresher, it's always your education. Whatever the internship you have done, probably whatever the small courses you have done. If you are looking for some IT kind of organization, that's because I told that when you are going for a placement season, you also need to know that which organization you want to be into. Because if you want to go into IT, so you should have some IT knowledge backing your education and your MBA. So it's education for sure.
So very good morning. I'm Sukriti from the HR background as well. So I just had a curiosity to know about since we have been knowing about talent acquisition and the kind of revolution that it has brought in recently, there are different HBR articles that we go through during our classes as well. So one such was the psychometric testing that is being used. I just wanted to understand, like, what is the impact that psychometric testing has on talent acquisition these days, and like, what does it bring on to the table? How does it differentiate us from the others?
Okay, so see, I don't know if all the HR people are questioning me. Even the marketing and finance also can question. Okay, so because I will tell you, when I come to any of the colleges, most demand I have is from finance and marketing. I have HR demand as well, but the bigger demand is from marketing and finance only. So psychometric is to be given by everyone. So at LTI or any of the organization you go, there is an online test that has been that you have to clear to get first to the interview. So in that online test, and now probably all the organization are taking, first it was only for the engineering students, but now it is also for the management students, that they have to clear the online test and they have to get into the interviews. So psychometric test, probably nowadays it's given by all the companies who are taking the test. So it usually has aptitude, communication skills. Probably there are some vocal questions. There are many passages that you have to read. And after that, it comes, this test comes, that is called psychometric, which gauge your human behavior, which mainly focuses how you look out. There is no right and wrong to all this set of questions, but they also check that how you handle the situation when you are into the organization. So as a person, how you handle the situation. So I have seen many of them getting good ratings in psychometric, but they fail into the organization because they know that these questions that they are answering, that are fake. So always means maybe sometimes psychometric is good for the online test, but sometimes it fails. And I have seen that people have given a very good test, but they fail at the time of interview. So always remember, whatever you are, you can give the answers. But yes, psychometric is one of the tests which means we can say that it checks and ticks the human behavior aspects as well. Any other questions, guys? Marketing? Go.
Morning, sir. Myself Saurav Sinha, and I'm looking for taking up the marketing as a specialization. So, sir, I just wanted to know, in order to get into the IT industry or IT companies, I mean, being from a non-tech graduate, so what are the prerequisites that I need to have in order to apply, or what are the roles of a marketer or a marketing professional background in IT companies?
Okay, so this question is like a very usual question when it comes from a person who has done bachelor's in arts, someone comes from biotechnology, someone comes from biological background and they want to get into the IT industry, and they have this question that how probably I can manage or cope with all the IT guys or all the BTech, BCA or other guys as well. But probably this is I guess it's a wrong thinking, because when we come, we don't usually come for like the engineering core IT background. We don't want anyone from the IT background. We want a management business analyst. Probably I will tell you the roles. It's always a business analyst. It's business development executive. It's financial analyst. It's management trainee. All these roles are all into management. It's not like we don't want a IT geek who knows Java skills, who knows SQL or any other C++ and C skills. We want someone with good analytical skills. We want someone who can face and talks every day with the client or the stakeholders. So we want some management graduate who comes with that exposure, who can speak to the stakeholders, who can handle those stakeholders, because most of the stakeholders are probably the vice president or probably all the VP roles, and probably who are sitting outside. They are all L&T or Amdocs or Veritas employees who are into the business from a very long time. So you need to handle them. So it's not that they will ask you any IT or core questions, but those demands are also there. So I spoke to Rochester also last week. So I also have demands for business analytics. I have some demands who are specialized in BTech computers, BTech IT, and doing management. I have those demands, but the generalized demands are only for business analyst, business development executive, management trainee roles. So you don't have to worry about that. Anyone coming from a biology, any science, life science, there is a business in L&T that is completely into media technology and life sciences. They have this specialization that they want someone from biotechnology, they want someone from media and entertainment, and then they are doing MBA. So there are different verticals, but yes, those demands are also there.
So I see HR guys have already gauged the protocols of the interviews coming for the upcoming placement season. By the way, people, why don't you build your own story? By the way, wonderful story, Mr. Anirban. Why don't you build your own story so that one day we have that SymbiTalks maybe 12.0 or so, and you can tell the story to us. Now, may I, now, yes, please.
I had a question.
Sure, sure.
Where?
This side.
Okay.
Good morning, sir. My name is Ahana.
Mhm.
And for example, you hired a candidate after 2-3 rounds, and after you have hired him, you realize that he's wrong. He's a wrong candidate for the job. What is your approach in that situation? And how is this going to affect your company's retention rate?
Okay. So see, there are many such instances where I face when probably the manager or the business head who has come to the organization, they have hired a person, and probably later they realize that this is not a perfect fit for the organization or the business. But at probably means I cannot tell about other companies, but at L&T it's very easy, because there are 30 to 35 businesses around L&T, and probably when we feel that this candidate is not suitable for some of the businesses, I can put in some other business as well. So I have done it, and then probably I have also told, see, again, the candidates, when they see, they also look out what business they are going into. There are many barriers, I told you. So one of the major barrier is also that within L&T, they want to see that which business is the best, probably from alumni or probably from some or the other sister, brother. They know that probably digital consulting is the best business, or probably manufacturing is a good business, or BFS, that is banking and finance, is the best business, and probably you will never go out from any of these businesses. So students or the candidates want to go into those business, but later on it's L&T. So wherever you go, probably you all know now that there are many internal job postings that are every day going into the organization. So probably if a candidate is a wrong suit, or anyhow he has been hired with a business, and now after that if I feel that he is wrong, probably I can move them to any of the businesses which he or she thinks that suits him or her. And probably if a candidate feels after joining that this is not the place where he wanted to work with, or it's not the business that he wanted to work with, he can anytime apply for an internal job role. There is a deadline that is 2 years. So 2 years within the organization, they can go and move into any of the horizontal line or curve wherever he wants to or she wants to. So that flexibility all the organization nowadays have started giving. So internal job is one of the things that most of the candidates are doing now.
May I please know your good name, please? Thank you, Ahana. Actually, your question gave me advice from Mr. Anirban if I want to switch my job recently. Thank you. So may I now request the beautiful lady of SIBM Hyderabad, Dr. Ridhi Rani, Assistant Professor, Faculty in Charge. Faculty in Charge, the Women Development and Social Responsibilities Cell, to felicitate our honorable guest, Mr. Anirban. Let's give it up for Mr. Anirban and Dr. Vikiran. Thank you so much for your precious time, Mr. Anirban. It was nice meeting you. I would want every students to stay because I have to have some small talk with you all. Sorry for keeping you wait. So you can go for lunch. That's it. And come back by 1 p.m. Thank you for being wonderful audience. Thank you so much.
One person, that's it. You just say.
I'll take that.
And don't stand under. I'll give you a signal if you understand.
Hello, SIBM Hyderabad. How have you been doing so far? Good. So let's start with a good round of applause again. Our world is changing at a breakneck pace, and with it comes new ways of thinking, growing, and surviving. But with all these change, some challenges in how we interact with our environment. A relatively new kind of quotient is gaining recognition and prominence in workplace today, the learning quotient. It refers to our willingness and ability to grow and adapt to new situations and challenges in our work lives and not just rely on our IQ. And to shed some light about the same, I would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Naveen Mathur, CEO of Maitri-Aquatic Private Limited. Mr. Mathur is a business and strategy expert with about 3 decades of rich experience across various industries. He has worked earlier both in India and overseas market in global companies such as Water Health, Cellular Group, Nokia, and Electrolux. He is currently the CEO of Maitri-Aquatic, a company formed under Make in India initiative of the Government of India with a vision to build water from air as a new scalable and sustainable category of water while preserving crucial ground and surface water resources. Let's give it up for Mr. Naveen Mathur and let's hear it, how he works with water. Thank you.
Done. And to move, okay, and I have this for like I have the this will go forward and this will go backward. Done. This is the pointer if you want. Yeah, done. Perfect. Thank you.
Let us get going with round of applause, please.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon. I don't hear you loud. Yeah, that's much better. Thank you. I understand a post-lunch session can be a little challenging, but we need all the energy in the room. Can't hear you. And the way we'll go about it, we're going to have an interactive session. I have some thoughts to share with you and lots of learning from your side. So I want to learn from you guys. So please, let's keep it interactive. Yeah. Prism of possibilities. What do you understand by that? Anyone from the audience? Yeah. Yeah, please. Do we have?
Challenge. So according to me, it is a way or a perspective of looking towards a challenge and not just one-dimensional approach, but maybe three-dimensional approach that we could apply to this possibility.
Absolutely, absolutely right. In fact, life is but a prism of possibilities. You always need to think laterally. That is the only way you will get multiple solutions to the same problem. Just like when you pass light through a glass, through a prism, you will see what goes in is just one ray of light. And what goes out is you find the 7 colors. So life is about a prism of possibilities. When I was studying, we spoke more about IQ. IQ was more in vogue. And now I hear that it's, moved from IQ to LQ to DQ, and there are a number of Qs which are there. All are extremely important. And again, it's a journey. And it's not to say that one Q is more important than the other. So let me just speak about it. So the way I'm going about this presentation is probably just introducing the concept as I see it, and then trying to equate this through real life example of through the journey of our company, My3-quot. Does that work for everyone? Yeah, perfect. Thank you. So what is IQ? IQ is a measure of a person's relative intelligence and widely used to understand a person's ability to reason and solve problems. So earlier, people said that, okay, you have a good IQ. If you're intelligent, you've got a good IQ. You've got a good IQ, intelligent quotient. Oh, sorry. Oh, where is, I need to go back. Sorry. Oh, yeah. LQ on the other side is the desire and ability to quickly grow and adopt skill sets to remain relevant. Essentially, what happens is we all born with some kind of an IQ, some kind of initial intelligent quotient. IQ per se, you gain or you add to your IQ in the initial years of your life. I think the maximum learning in terms of intelligence quotient happens till your early teens, post which what takes over in a very big way is the learning quotient, or what one sees, what one experiences, what one sees in the environment, and that's what actually contributes a lot to one's journey in life. So while IQ is a well-established concept, it is LQ which is today determining how one actually does in life. So I'm not saying that LQ alone matters. It is both a combination of IQ as well as LQ, and a very important third Q which is there, that is the emotional quotient. So if you have to be successful, it has to be IQ, LQ as well as emotional quotient. You need to be good at all three. LQ is the new IQ. Now let me try to explain this through the journey of our company, My3-quot. Just to give you a background, for those who are not aware of what we do, we are a company which has developed the technology to generate water. Yes, generate water, and that too literally from thin air. And that also at scale, even if the requirement is for millions and millions and millions of liters for every single day. Moving ahead. I'm sure all of us have faced the problem of water availability at some period of time, whether it be in your house, whether it be in the community in which you live. In fact, if you see in rural India, that's a picture of rural India, where there is a lot of drudgery associated with getting water. In fact, for that matter, even when people are out at sea, there's a shortage of water because there's a shortage of drinking water. It's a classic case of water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. So what's happening today? There is a growing shortage of water. And that is the trigger which, on the basis of which the entire concept or the entire thought process of My3-quot was developed. So what happened was, our founder was the founder, Mr. Ramkrishna. He used to see that every day his mother used to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning just to fill buckets of water so that they had water for the entire day. This moved him tremendously. He said there has to be a solution. What is the solution which can be there so that such problems is not occurred? When he did more research and when he tried to find out more about this, he realized that it was not just a problem of water availability, but there's also a problem of contamination of existing resources. You see it everywhere. You see it in the rivers, the ponds, whatever in and around you. There's a problem both of water availability as well as the contamination of scarce water resources. So that is the first trigger which seeded the thought of doing something different. As the saying goes, if you do things differently, you get different results. If you do the same thing again and again, you will get the same result. Now, what's happening? If you look at the world around us, climate changes is actually creating havoc in the world around us. We suddenly realize that we have huge spells of rainfall, what Hyderabad has been experiencing the last few days, and then followed with long, prolonged period where there's absolutely no water. You have a lot of water at one time, lot of rainfall, and you have prolonged droughts. So climate changes is actually influencing the natural rain cycle. I remember as a child, when we spoke about rainy season, it used to be for 4 months. We used to get rains for 4 months. But now you'll find 20 days of intense rainfall and rest of the year there is no water. And guess what that leads to? 97% of the water gets drained off. It gets wasted. It's not available for rest of the year. And you again have a problem of scarcity. No water, no future. There is not any form of life. Forget mankind, flora or fauna, nothing can exist on the planet without water. Without food, one can survive, but without water, one cannot, not for a single day. There can be no life on earth. Now, if you look around us, what has been done? So what does your common intelligence say? Water is scarce. Manage it. Do something to conserve it. So essentially what's happening? You see around us, the measures, the traditional measures, let's call it the traditional ways of handling water was about recycling the same water, reusing the same water, rejuvenating or cleaning the same water, or in some places, some pockets of wisdom somewhere, one also talks about rainwater harvesting. Those are all important initiatives. But guess what? The problem is getting to be very, very compound. Growing population, urbanization is leading to huge shortages in water globally. In fact, there was a report very recently by Niti Aayog saying that in the next few years, 21 of the major cities in India, including Hyderabad, is going to have no groundwater. The groundwater is going to be completely depleted. So I'm just giving you this background so that you understand the problem which we are trying to tackle. We said there's a big problem of water availability. There's a big problem of contamination of water. Common sense said, do something to manage this water. But then what we said, why don't we go back to the drawing board and let's try to do something differently? Why don't we challenge status quo, see what we learned during our schools, our college, during our education. And that's where I would say there was a convergence of both IQ as well as LQ. And we said, we realized that all water, what you see today, essentially comes from the rains. If you look at the planet Earth, of all the water which is available, 97% of it is in the sea, 2% is locked in glaciers. And what we all rely on, the surface water and the groundwater resources, all the lakes, ponds, rivers, essentially are rain-fed. And how do you get how do you get rains? Can anyone clarify, answer this? How does one get rainfall? Absolutely. You are absolutely right. So you have evaporation, cloud formation, that means condensation happens, and then that same water falls back as rain. It seeps into the groundwater gets recharged. It fills the lakes and rivers, and you have water everywhere for mankind. So what we realized, between the earth and the clouds, there is a lot of water. There is water in the form of moisture, what we commonly know as humidity. So that took us back to the drawing board. And we said, let's try to understand in greater detail. And that's when we realized that there is so much moisture in the air around us that less than 1% of it, mind you, less than 1% is enough to meet the entire requirements of mankind, flora, as well as fauna. That's a huge amount of water. There's more water in the air around us than all the rivers in the world put together. 7 times the amount of water in all the rivers put together. So we said, is there a way we can tap that? Is there a way we can use our intelligence? Is there a way we can use our learning and tap that resource to create rain where we want, rather than depending on, the natural water cycle? And that is how our company got formed. The first thing was challenging status quo, saying we need to do something differently. And we said, let's try to see how we can tap that. And then that brought us back to the scientific principle which we've learned in schools, condensation. When you take water from your fridge, put it in a glass, what happens? Water droplets get formed. What's happening for you? Condensation. So we said, if this condensation can happen, can we do some machine learning? Can we do something to ensure that we do it as per requirement? That got us to start developing this technology, where we developed our systems called Meghdoot. That's how our system looks like. Meghdoot, in fact, in Sanskrit means messenger of the skies. This is what we call our rainmaking plant. What we are doing is we are mimicking the natural water cycle or the rain cycle using technology, using the simple physics principle of condensation. Clear? Any questions? Can I move ahead? So mind you, when you generate water through this, using this technology, you are creating a completely new source of water, which was untapped, which has not been used by anybody. So you don't have to depend on any scarce, depleting ground or surface water resources. You can have a virtually infinite source of water wherever you need, whatever quantity you need. So we said that, okay, let's first try. We went back to the drawing board. We said, fine, let's try to generate some water. And we came with these smaller systems. We said, let's try to solve a problem for a household. Typically a family of 3 to 4 people, where you need 20-30 liters of water per day. So we designed the systems so that we could generate water to meet the requirements of a household. But we realized that water, if you just generate, is not good enough. You need to add back minerals to it. Again, where did you learn that from? Learning. Your own experience. You realize that the human body, just like you get minerals from the food that you eat, you also get some quantity of minerals from the water that you drink. So we said that there has to be some minerals in the water. And that got our next level of learning. And we said, let us go back and see how we can get minerals in the water. And we went to Indian Institute of Chemical Technology. You've all heard of them? That's a premier government institute for those who don't know. And they helped developing these proprietary dosing salts, what you see here in this picture. Dosing salts, which are put in cartridges, by which we add back minerals to the water to ensure that the water makes potable. Not only did they do that, they ensured that because it's a proprietary dosing salt, we could juggle around and see that we could dose the water with the quantum of mineral required and do a proprietary dosing. Just to explain what I'm trying to say, for instance, if there is a particular location where there's a calcium deficiency, we could add more quantum of calcium. Where there's a magnesium deficiency, we could add more quantum of magnesium while still ensuring water meets potable water standards. So that's the first learning for us. Water can be generated. Water, if it is to be drunk, if it is to be potable, you need to add back minerals. So that was what we did. We looked around us and we said, the problem is not just about a household not getting water, but the problem is much beyond. We have industry around us which is facing a big problem. Large corporates have no water. They want to be sustainable. They want to be water neutral. They don't want to exploit an existing water resource. And that's what made us decide that, can we expand this machine? Can we make this plant larger? And that's how we increase the size of our system. So what was generating about 20-30 liters of water per day, through intense learning, research, and collaboration, we managed to make a system which could generate 1,000 liters of water per day. A huge achievement. What you see today, this image is what we've installed at the Amazon campus in Hyderabad itself. That got us thinking. We went back to the drawing board. We said, if you can generate 1,000 liters of water, what if you want to generate 10,000? What if one wants 100,000 liters of water? What do? Can you develop a system, a standalone system, which can generate 100,000 liters? We thought and said, yes, probably yes, but it will take time. What if we build multiple systems and keep them next to each other and generate water? Can we meet the requirements as per the local requirements? And that brought us to build slightly higher systems of 2,000 and 5,000 liter capacities, which we started keeping next to each other, generating water and meeting the requirements which were there for large campuses. As we speak, every single day for the Google campus, we generate 25,000 liters of water every single day from the sky without exploiting a single drop of groundwater. So that was learning for us, a combination both of using our IQ as well as our LQ to see how we can take this beyond what we were thinking. So mind you, at every stage, we were going back to the drawing board and trying to see what do we do next. You need to keep challenging status quo. It's extremely important. If you have to grow as an individual, if you have to grow as an organization, you have to challenge status quo again and again. Learning is a continuous journey. No one can say my education is complete. We are all learning. I have 3 decades of work experience behind me, but I'm still a student in life. We are all learning. We learn from each other. That's what we do in our company. We are constantly learning, constantly challenging status quo, constantly trying to see what we can do differently. What next is always the biggest question. So we said that, fine, what can we do beyond providing water, a single machine, to a large corporate or multiple machines to meet the requirements? We said, why not in communities? Why not in railway stations? Why don't we collaborate with the government? Why don't we collaborate on CSR projects and reach out where the requirement is huge? Underserved communities where they have access to no water. And that got us to developing water from air kiosks. This is what we've got in Secunderabad station. We've done similar such initiatives in various parts just to cater to the requirements of water. And today, we are also be putting these kiosks, multiple number of kiosks across railway stations, starting with Mumbai. In the next 2 months' time, you'll see 17 stations. That's the time the government has started realizing that this technology is not, one of those fly by night examples of somebody trying to do something differently. This is there to stay. And that is where the government started engaging with us. And the government started awarding projects with us. So today, a number of projects which we are doing on a public-private partnership model. So another important learning for us, and which holds true for life, if you want to grow, you need to collaborate. Constant collaboration. You can't grow alone. You need to collaborate with your ecosystem. You need to learn from others. There's a saying in Hindi, ek aur ek 11 hota hai. Otherwise, one is one, right? So you need to collaborate, constantly collaborate, so that you can enhance your learning. And that's what we've been doing. Then somebody in our company came up with the idea. Guess what? There's a big problem of water. Everybody knows of it. But there are technologies today which are there which purify water, which is called reverse osmosis. You're aware of reverse osmosis, RO? Basically, it's a technology which purifies water, and in the process, about 70 to 80% of the water gets wasted. So guess what? In a country which is already so water stressed, can we afford to have bottling industries, packaged water, the bottles which we drink, can we afford to have them use a technology which is actually wasting water? So we said, is there a way we can find a solution for that? And that's what got us to start projects working with the bottling water industry, wherein we put our systems and started meeting the water requirements without taking any groundwater. Now, another interesting development happened. We were setting up a plant for one of our partners, and they said, our entire bottled water plant also needs air conditioning, fresh air conditioning 24/7, because that's part of the requirements by the BIS, the authorities. So they said, can you do something about it, right? And that, again, we went back to the drawing board and we said, can we use the same system to generate water on one side? And as a side product, can we generate fresh air cooling? Because mind you, when condensation happens, how does condensation happen? You're taking air and taking it through a cool surface so that condensation happens. You are getting the temperature to drop. So the air which is exiting is cold. So we said, can we take that same air, duct it, and provide fresh air cooling, as a result of which you don't need air conditioners. And that's exactly what we did. Today, our system, not only can it generate water, but if you want to meet fresh air cooling requirements, we can also ensure the same system does both of them, 2 in 1. Again, lateral thinking, learning on the go. Ultimately, all that comes from challenging status quo. So can you imagine the prism of possibilities because of this? We can actually go and make completely green buildings where you don't have any external requirement of water, where there is no external use of air conditioners. Now, while we were working on this technology, we also realized that we needed some source of energy. So we said energy can come from the grid, but today, if you look at any renewable source of energy, be it solar, wind, biomass, that is far more efficient and much better for the environment. And we said, let's try to see how we can get this done and how we can get Meghdut to work on renewable source of energy. And that's again took us to the drawing board. There were certain changes which we did, and eventually we came up with systems which are now compatible both on the normal grid energy as well as renewable source of energy. So I'm just giving you some examples of how going back to the drawing board, questioning status quo, learning and relearning can help. Now, while we were doing this, we realized that what you are doing, somebody might want or be interested in having a technology which is IoT enabled, you can remotely monitor it. I mean, sitting in your office or maybe sitting 500 kilometers away, you know what's the machine doing. You can shut it, you can switch it on. That's got us to getting these systems being IoT enabled, so that we realize that wherever you put it, you have full control on them systems. And now our system can also be IoT enabled. So what am I trying to tell you through these examples? I mean, I've been talking about the journey of Maitri Aquatech, giving you various examples. What is this leading to ultimately? Where is it coming from? What started with a very, very small idea of providing some little bit of water for a small household has taken a completely disproportionate shape, and we are still trying to do something differently. How did this happen? Any guesses? What made us think differently? What made us do things differently and achieve better results? What did we apply? What did we do? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, the first thought, the starting point of everything was that one thought, one pain area, that my mother has to get up every day at 2 o'clock in the morning and get water. I have to make a change. I have to make a difference. That was the trigger. But that trigger was not enough. For that trigger to see the light of day, one had to collaborate. One had to read. One had to go back and think what you learned and try to bring back whatever you learned in your classroom during your schooling and see whether there could be a practical use of it. So both your learning quotient as well as your intelligent quotient, and going back again and again to the drawing board to see what you can do. Today we are working with large smart cities. We're creating water infrastructure for smart cities. We are providing cold rooms for food security and providing water on the other side. And that's not the beginning. I mean, that's just the beginning. We are looking at farming. We are looking at, these are the kind of companies. You see all the global corporates, institutions, they've all trusted this technology and they're using it today. Today, we are slowly becoming a household name. And that happened, that trigger only happened when you realize that you want to make a difference solve a very, very simple problem, but bringing your learning, bringing your education, using your IQ to make that change, what you want to see. And I'm sure all of us in our walks of life, and as all of you move from here to your corporate jobs or wherever you are planning to work, if you do not challenge status quo, if you just think that it's a job, you're given a function or you're given a responsibility, and you're just doing that, you will never make a difference. You will just be doing a job. If you want to innovate, if you want to make a difference, if you want to be known forever, you have to think differently. You have to use your IQ and continuously use your LQ. That's all that I wanted to say on this subject. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah, any questions? I mean, I thought it was better to explain with an example rather than, going on just the theory of IQ and LQ, because I'm sure that's something which, you would have studied about.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
My name is Maninder from marketing. So I want to ask one question, like, if I consider the rainwater one side and the water from this machine or the tool, so which you are saying. So
Next.
so these two water when I drink. So you are saying these two are equal, or you are adding additional minerals to the water which you are giving to that?
No, so
And one more question to that. So in the thinking of sustainable manner, okay, in long term, so the competitive advantage, let's say this pollution was increasing day by day. So the hazardous chemicals mixing with the air. So in the long term, let's say after 20 years, there will be more pollution. So how you want to overcome this situation when I'm extracting the water from the air?
Okay. So let me just, thanks for your question. Let me try to explain it. While I try to explain the technology very simplistically by saying that, you're just mimicking the rain cycle. Today, you just can't drink rainwater. There's also acid rain. There are pollutants in the rain. So what we do is we have a multi-level filtration system which is put in. We have where we filter the air through a micron filter, then we take it through various, and even once the water gets generated, we take it through innumerous stages of filtration, followed with the last disinfection of a UV treatment before it is drunk, so as to ensure that it's absolutely pure. I mean, the water generated from this system is so pure, you can imagine it's water which has never touched the ground, but filtered 10 times over. And we add back minerals only after we do the filtration. So, I mean, does that answer your question?
Yes, sir, that answers first question. But second question, let's say, like in a long term sustainable manner, let's say, if you are implementing this system in US, okay, there will be pollution will be more too much compared to the India. So means your machine is capable to extract that water too. That is my.
So we do certain modifications if they are required. So you can imagine, I gave you the example of railway station. The Indian railway station is fairly polluted, right? So the filtration systems which we had to design was slightly different from what we did in a corporate, where there was hardly any pollution. So we do those, a little bit of customization if the requirement is there.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm really impressed by the innovation that your company does. So I want to ask you, like, in terms of like the creating water artificially, do you foresee that this is going to be a big industry, or a new kind of market will evolve, like creating water artificially? And I just want to know your perception. Like, is it going to become an industry, or create lots of employment?
Yes. So let me answer this. Maitri Aquatech, we say it's not a company. This is a movement. We are actually creating a new category, and it is not for one person or one geography. It's for the world. So the way we see this in the future coming times, with groundwater getting scarce, surface water getting depleted, this is going to be a huge category of water, which is going to have a huge impact and relevance in different geographies. We are already working with authorities. We are working with Niti Aayog. We are working with, the standard authorities to actually, now they started recognizing air water. So we see it to be a big opportunity.
And so, like,
as a company, let me tell you, at the cost of sounding a little arrogant, we are sure that in the next 2-3 years' time, we are going to be one of the Fortune 500 companies. That's the kind of
really
opportunity which is there.
And one more thing, one more question, sir.
Yeah.
Like, many companies or many startups might take birth, seeing this opportunity of creating water artificially. So, does your company have any technology that is like,
IP.
do you have patent technology?
Yes. It's patented technology. And whatever innovations and whatever changes and modifications which we are doing, and improvements in the product, we are ensuring that we are getting the necessary patent. So we are protecting that for sure.
That's great, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And sorry, I forgot, you had another question in terms of job opportunities.
Yes,
for
sir.
sure, this is going to create huge amount of job opportunities. Our decentralized projects create opportunities on ground. As we expand as a company in different geographies, the huge opportunities in the company as well.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Pranav. First of all, a great session, sir. Thank you for giving the session. So my question for you is, in terms of IQ and LQ, like an integration of IQ and LQ, you've mentioned many times about going back to the drawing board and coming up with innovation after innovation. What do you see happening in the next, few decades with regards to not just this industry, but what tips would you give for young minds here in order to think in that aspect, like, going back to the drawing board and trying to innovate as much as possible, integrating IQ and LQ? What any tips that you would have for them, sir?
What I would like to say is, I mean, you're all doing your management. You've done your schooling before this. There's a lot of learning which has happened. So there is essentially that has increased your learning quotient. Once you go and start working somewhere and with your interactions with various people, environment, that's going to improve your learning quotient further. IQ on the other side, I mean, there is a lot of debate on this subject, but they say that IQ is something which is essentially what you're born with, right? And to some extent you can develop it, but beyond a certain period of time, you have to bank more on your learning quotient. I would say always observe, be a very, very good observer. See what's happening around you. Learn, never be shy of asking questions. I find very often people don't learn because they feel why should I ask this question? Or why, what will the other person think? Very, very simple thing. Have an open mind. Be inquisitive. The more you are inquisitive, the more you learn, the more you will contribute. And like I said earlier, always challenge status quo. There's always a better way of doing things.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Right.
Sir?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Deep here.
Yes, please.
Sir, can you explain a bit of technology, how the working principle is of this? And second is
the technology. Okay,
yes.
okay, sure.
And so second is there any drawback of this technology?
Sure. Let me explain it very simply. So what happens is, like I said, this technology needs air because air has the moisture. And typically, if you see all the images which I showed you, most of them are rooftop installations because you have abundance of air, right? So what happens is Meghdut, our system, our plant, it pulls in air into the system. So there is a fan which pulls in the air. There's a micron filter, a pleated filter, micron filter, which any kind of contamination, it's a 10 micron filter. So any kind of contamination which is in the air, that gets filtered out. So what enters the system is air which is not contaminated or has minimal contamination, anything which is lesser than 10 micron. Then the air enters a cooling chamber. Cooling chamber where there's a temperature difference. The temperature in the cooling chamber is cooler than the temperature outside. As a result of which condensation happens and water gets generated. That water gets collected and then we take it through multi-level filtration so as to ensure that there's absolutely no contamination. Add back the minerals to the proprietary dosing salt and then finally we have a UV treatment to ensure that it's absolutely pure. Nothing can be purer than that. Now, in terms of harmful effect, there is nothing. There is enough and more research done on this. The water quality is excellent. It meets all norms, Indian as well as WHO standards of potable water. It's so the beauty of this technology right now, whatever examples I gave to you is potable water. When you're adding back minerals, it's drinking water. But essentially, what you've done is generated water, right? So you can use it for large scale industrial requirements, commercial, drip irrigation, farming, anything you can use it for. It's water. There's no harm, absolutely. Some people have a concern that are you, going to have an environment which is going to be devoid of water? Are you sucking the entire water? That never happens because, like I mentioned, there is just a very small iota of water which you're taking out. And air is always in circulation. So when you pull in some air, there's some other air which is going to displace it. Again, a physics principle. So you'll never really devoid there. So it's environmentally sustainable, if that was your question. Right. Most welcome.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, I am Aditya.
Yeah.
And sir, my question is related to your business. So, sir, many companies are using desalination techniques, especially in places like Dubai, right, to convert saline water into a drinkable water. So, do you see them as your competition because they are using, they are also sprinkling the salt, the excess salt into the atmosphere to generate rain, and their techniques are different from your techniques, and the saline water is in huge amount, like they are in prolific amount on Earth. So, do you see them as your competition?
So I want to answer this in two ways. One is the demand for water is so huge that even if there are hundreds of Maitris and hundreds of people doing different things, there's enough and more opportunity for everyone. Second is talking about desalination. They are not doing the same thing. Desalination, essentially, they are taking sea water and it's like an RO. You know what happens if you got an AquaGuard at home or an RO filter or a RO plant? It essentially takes water, passes it through a filter, RO membrane, and then whatever impurities are there in the water, that gets filtered out, and what you get is residual water. And in that process, there's a lot of wastage. Desalination has a lot of adverse impacts on the environment. A lot of, I mean, people are using it, especially in the Middle East. I mean, 25% of the global desalination plants are in the Middle East because they have no other option. Now they're looking at air to water as a technology as well. But it impacts, there's a serious impact on marine life, because you can imagine that intense saline, concentrated saline brackish waters pump back into the sea. It adversely impacts marine life. But yeah, as a technology, they'll all continue to coexist.
Good afternoon, sir. That was a very enriching session. So my question is, in the corporate world, whenever we, in the first 2 years of a corporate world, we majorly encounter a situation where the work roles or job responsibility is monotonous, except for the startups. If at all we work in startups, we have a chance where to give our ideas, but otherwise it's monotonous. So how do we bring forward our IQ and LQ over there in such scenarios?
See, monotonous, that's a good, very interesting question. Nothing is monotonous unless you make it monotonous. You might be given a specific task or doing a specific job. What you do to enrich it depends on you as a person. And at any level, even when you're joining as initially your first job also, if you're doing something which is radically different and adding greater value, you get noticed in an organization. You learn yourself, the organization also sees that you've contributed, and it's a win-win situation. Even if for some instance or for some stray reason, people in the organization don't know you've done that, as an individual, you've learned a lot. So I would always suggest that as you all start working, don't just look at what you've been told as that, you know, that small piece of the puzzle or one small silo. Look at the whole big picture also. See that's how your small part is actually contributing to the big picture. How are you making a difference? Always, I always say this, whenever you're working, whatever you're doing, look at your job, not from where you are, but at least 2 levels or 2 steps higher. Then you will grow as a person. You will ensure that you do a better job.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thanks.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes.
I'm Nandita. So I had a question for you. It's a 2-part question. So the first part is that since this is majorly also for rural India, which faces maximum shortage of water, is the technology very affordable to them, or is it the government that takes up the initiative to install these for farming purposes or even personal usage?
So affordable, see, let me give you ballpark numbers in terms of, because affordability is very subjective depending on which part of which rural area you're talking. You have affluent villages and some not so affluent. Ballpark is to generate a liter of water, it's about 2 rupees a liter. Now, if you're using, because it uses energy, and that's the biggest recurring cost. If you're going to be using any renewable source of energy, which can be used for a longer period of time, so you amortize the fixed cost of a solar for 25 years, for instance, then the cost is a small fraction, about 50-60 paisa per liter. But yes, going forward, as this technology, as there are more cases, as this gets adopted, and we are trying to see whether we can get some subsidies. A lot of things will come down, right? Today, for instance, energy, the cost of energy is coming down because there's a focus of movement to renewables. So with that, the operating cost comes down otherwise also. But yeah, there are various things which.
And adding to that, so was it a challenge for the rural India to get convinced that this is a safe drinking water? Because a lot of people might be apprehensive about the technology and they might not understand how this water is coming from. So did you face challenges over there?
So what we do, we have few projects in rural, most of them are in urban India as of today for us. But what we do is, see, especially I understand from where you're coming from, especially when it comes to rural India, people are generally apprehensive of something which is new and something which is different, right?
Exactly, yeah.
So what we do is we always work with people in that community who are, I would say, influencers on the community. So people who are respected, people who are, looked up in awe, like you could be the village sarpanch, it could be a village doctor, it could be some person who's respected. Through them, we, kind of disseminate the information and work with them, and actually then, then there's a better buy.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Samhita Sharma. So your innovation is very, very rare. We could call it radical as well. So now that it's doing extremely good, what were the second thoughts of you as a company, when it was in the incubation stage, as to will it get succeeded or not, or will it sustain in the industry? And is confidence enough for us to start a startup, and confidence in our technology and our incubation process enough? Or are there any other factors that we have to put in mind to start a new startup?
I would say always follow your dreams and your passion. There are many instances. Let me tell you, when we started this, there were many instances, though a lot of us in the senior leadership team, we come with decades of experience. So before joining this, I have, about 3 decades of experience working with large, big companies in the telecom space and all of it. So all of us, there have been times through the journey where you've had, I would say, some amount of self-doubt that, okay, would this work? But if you give up at that stage, it will not work. If you've decided in your mind that this has to work, you will make it work. So I would say, with that thought, if any of you in this room is also thinking of a startup, and if you think you have a great idea, an idea can be, if you see most of the startups today, in whether it be the fintech space, whether it be any space, you will find that it all germinates from a very small idea. The trigger is a simple, small problem which they are trying to solve, or a simple convenience to a customer which they are trying to solve. Then you start trying to, join the dots and find the way about it.
Thank you, sir.
Have that approach. I think that's most important.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Saurav Sinha. Sir, I just wanted to know, what is the expansion plan? I mean, how this company is reaching its product to its potential consumer, be it a micro level or a macro level consumers?
Yeah. So let me tell you, as a company, we are already there in 27 countries. We have over 600 projects in 27 countries, because water is a universal problem. The way we envisage in the next few years, maybe close to about 80–85% of our revenues are going to come from overseas markets. If you look at the entire globe, you'll find that typically, if you have to look at the world, right, the world map, you'll see that if I have to divide the world in 2 halves, the northern hemisphere has relatively got water bodies and it's sparsely populated. Your Europe and your, America and all of it. When you come to the entire southern hemisphere, that's where water bodies are scarce. That's where your population growths are there. That's where the demand supply gap is huge. And of course, a lot of the southern hemisphere is also developing economies. So you're using inefficient systems and leading to more wastage of water. So as an opportunity, there are huge opportunities. Our reach is through partnerships. We know we can't do everything together. So we have strategic partnerships in different geographies who are handling. For instance, we've signed up with a very large firm in the UK who have business interests across 20 countries in Africa, and they are supporting us to get the technology there. So likewise, we work in different markets also. So entire thing, our entire go-to market approach is essentially being on a collaborative model. You can't do it alone. And not only that, we are also now, we are not stopping at whatever product development we've done. We are now looking at how we can harvest water from the fog, how we can use water from cooling towers, because cooling towers always wasting a lot of water, how we can use that. We are trying to see how we can generate green hydrogen. We are trying to see how we can do carbon capture. It's a prism of possibilities. Life is about possibilities. It just goes on and on. Ideas just keep challenging status quo. The day you stop learning is the day you stop growing. It holds true for an organization. Right?
So we were actually listening to a real prism of possibilities, Mr. Naveen Mathur. Thank you for rightfully choosing the possibility of
Thank you very much.
Thanks again to rightfully choosing the possibility of generating water and making it available for the future. I have a question for SIBM. May I beg your pardon? Yeah. Why don't you, as the future of the world, think for such possibility and bring a change in this world? Meanwhile, you think over that, may I please take the liberty to call upon Dr. Venu Gopal, Director SIBM Hyderabad, to felicitate our guest. And as I say, until the person reaches the stage, you can.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
I think we need a picture, so sir.
Oh, sure. Oh, thank you very much. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
I'm capturing another picture with you because next I don't know. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mathur, for your precious time.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Okay, I do not have any surprises of now for you all. We will hold for some while and we'll join back again by 2:45. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. The format of SymbiTalks underwent some changes, which led to the introduction of Ardent Chats. It is an interactive and engaging conversation between the moderator and the guest that offers audience access to speakers' personal thoughts and experiences on a wide range of topics. Doing anything with utmost love, pride, compassion, soul, and creativity to put something of yourself into your work is known as Meraki. Our topic for Ardent Chats this year is Power of Meraki, which will be evident when you see the results of your creativity, which tends to be the best. For this, I would like to invite Mr. Abhijit Rishu on stage again, our moderator for Ardent Chats.
Thank you.
I now take the pleasure of inviting our guest for Ardent Chats, Mr. Mukund Menon. Mr. Menon is a global executive, having worked in various positions in US and India for a spectrum of MNCs and international organizations. He has built businesses and people capabilities ground up for organizations worldwide with the right people and business practices with a focus on growth and business transformation by working closely with the CEOs and founders of the company. Currently, Mr. Menon is the founder of Liveware People and also the advisor, HR, IT, and logistics at TSRTC. He has been in roles of such caliber for 3 decades, of which around 14 years have been in the US with responsibility for various locations spanning different countries. His expertise has been in running a business unit with P&L responsibility in the US, people acquisition, enablement, and engagement globally in a diverse environment, participation in consumer acquisitions and people strategy. He has been associated in the advisory councils of universities, firms, and speaker in leadership forums in India and abroad. We welcome you, sir, and I ask Abhijit to take the session forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
A very hearty good afternoon, everybody. And thank you again for this August gathering. You have done very well from day one, and we are ending this SymbiTalks 7.0 Prism of Possibilities. I would like to welcome Mr. Menon. Mr. Menon, and please give it a good round of applause from SIBM Hyderabad to Mr. Menon. We had a theme which is Prism of Possibilities. We have already seen a lot of possibilities from different speakers, and definitely you have been encouraged about a lot of possibilities, and you must have thought about a lot of possibilities. We have a subtitle that is called Power of Meraki. Meraki, they say that it is a Greek word, or it has been a descendant of a Greek language, more or less one or the other word we do not take from English. English is definitely a derived language. Everything comes from Greek or some other language. Meraki, in a simple sense, that says that you be yourself, you present your replica into something. That is what Meraki is. You behave as a mirror for yourself so that you put everything into your work, whether it be a professional world or a normal corporate or anything what you do. So how do we want this particular session to go? As an anchor, may I take your permission and the liberty to set a rule, a very simple rule. A very simple rule is that there's no rule for this particular session. I want each and every individual over here to get yourself involved and raise your hand whenever it's required, whenever you want to have a question with Mr. Menon, because we have the best of the minds present from the corporate world who can decide, who can actually tell you what the word Meraki is. So I would like to start a few words which Mr. Menon wants to share about Meraki.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So I was about to say that we should, not only both of us should be speaking, we need you also get involved, but I think it's miraculously you read my mind.
Exactly.
Okay. Me sitting here is a miracle to start with, because when I started my career, I never thought I will sit here because I was sitting on the other side. So first of all, to start with, it's a miracle for me to be here in a stage. So while I was coming in the car, I was talking to one of my friend in the US, and we were talking about football. So when we talk about possibilities, I lived in the US for 14, 18 years. And when you're in that country, you follow football, basketball, or baseball. So the game of football, what you see is all about muscle and power, etc. Actually, it's a game of inches, because you have to take your ball every inch and move every yard, and then you get a home run. That's what the game is all about. So that game is all about looking at possibilities around. It's all about possibilities. There is a movie called Any Given Sunday. In that, I'm sure you will like Al Pacino, where he's the coach of the movie and losing. And he gives a speech and he says it's all about inches around us. Each one has to claw for that range. And that inch is the possibilities that we have. And every inch adds up to the success. And life is a game like that. Every time you are left with inches. And when you get that inches is when the miracles come in. Miracles does not come in wholesale. They're coming in inches, and most of the time you don't get to see it. But what you do in front of you, they say, the 5 fingers in front of you is the thing that you can do with your possibility. So if you are able to do that, I think miracle is something, miracle is just an outcome of what you do. Miracle doesn't come and present yourself and saying, here is a box of goodies, take it. It's just what you did, and you didn't expect it, and what came out was a miracle. So it is a fantastic piece to have it, but never think it will fall on your feet. Just keep pushing. Just keep pushing. Push every inch that is around you.
So basically, in simple sense, when if you in the back end, if you pick that word that is Meraki and you do your job, it's important that you just do your job. And if I connect that Meraki word with miracle or some new thing that is going to happen, so why don't you actually input yourself in every single moment of your life so that you can bring a change? I would actually put a particular point, maybe every time we talk about possibilities, we talk about positivity. There are some negative things about Meraki, which I believe personally I have experienced in my corporate life. Like, for example, if at all, as you say that Meraki, the semantics wise, it says that you involve yourself completely into that particular job, into that particular task, what you perform at your place, corporate world, colleges, or any office, whatever. But sometimes it happens you are into the world of that work. You are completely passionate about that work. You are completely involved into that particular work. But don't you think that you are missing out some extra skills which you tend to enhance so that you can put up yourself into the ladder upstairs? Like, for example, suppose there is a developer in a team. He is very much passionate about what work he is doing in the corporate office. He is much passionate about, he is much involved into the thing, what task he has been given by the lead. But how about like, he wants to lead that particular team. So in that background, he is into that Meraki world. Okay, it's Meraki. We have to get into that particular job. We have to do every bit of our piece. We have to replicate ourselves into that particular job. But how do we enhance our skill? How do I see the background? How do I, suppose I want to lead that particular team? So if you have any points on that.
Sure. See, when you say possibilities of miracle, it has to be special. It cannot be something which is routine. So let me take the example of a IT team that you talked about. In IT team, it typically, how many of you are from IT? Anybody has an IT background? Anybody came from an IT or a software engineer? Quite a few of you. Good. So in IT team, you might do a development project, production, etc., whatever that is, right? You, if you have a customer or you're doing a product, the specs is given to you. And then you end up doing your code and you develop, maybe you're a business analyst. So that is something that will give you and you meet expectations. So it is expected. That's not the possibility. Possibility is in your hands. What is it you are going to create a possibility is if you become innovative in that. You bring something which is very innovative. You challenge the status quo on the design. You challenge the product and bring something that is completely path-breaking or disrupting. That's what makes the miracle. That's what creates the possibility. I wanted to give you some of the things which of late, I'm sure most of you have been hearing this. You know, India has moved to the 5th place in the GDP in this country, in the world. Don't you think it's a miracle? Don't you think it's a possibility? We just put UK a week back. We were 6th till a week back. We moved to the 5th place. And this is a country which was ruled by UK for 250, 300 years. Don't you think it's a miracle? Number 2, which I am still amazed, is when we came out of COVID. Say it takes 10 years. Spend typically $1 billion. Vaccine. 6 months with the vaccine and it's just because strong. So possibility and miracle happened. That's a miracle. Now winning gold in Olympic in track and field is a miracle. I was an athlete in my college days. Supposed to be going for the Asian in Seoul. Instead, because I tore my hamstring muscle. So that's the negative of the miracle. I never thought that would happen. I went to Seoul Olympics. Just when he was supposed to be training with me. Miraculously, we get a medal. For him, it was a miracle because it changed his life. And that changed my life too. Anyway, there are so many unicorns in this country which we never thought 5 years back we could even have one unicorn. That's a miracle that India is showing the world. I wanted to say that if India has become the world power and we put ourselves in the map is because of IT. I remember when we used to this. First slide says why India. Almost most of us, when we make a presentation to United States, we sell India first. Then comes the company, then comes the competency. I can remember one IT company, any IT company that went. India was the first country to show that we can on-site offshore using a 64 KB link. Today, we can't even think about a 64 KB link. It's 3 or whatever that size of the pipe is. I'm telling you, that's a miracle. You know how it is done? The link that you're talking about, where if the wireless is at home for you, It was a miracle. We used to carry CDs. We develop a software, carry the CD, go to United States, put the CD in their computer and show them what we did. But we are today, everything is linked, to make Americans believe that it happened in New Jersey and 50 miles from each other. Set up a team in the Tata building 50 miles from now and we work remotely on a 64 KB link that was established. Then the project was very well. And after that, we said, if we can deliver from there, why can't we deliver from from India? And you pay 1/4 of the price that you pay. And companies jumped in, and the first company to do that was John Deere.
Yes.
And those days we used to be hardly 1,000 people, software companies. Today we are 100,000, 200,000, 300,000. First advantage. I think we created possibilities, and today you can see most of the CEOs and IT companies are Indians. I think that's a miracle. It's just our intellectual. So I think these are all great historical stories that we've done in the past. So that's a great possibility. Let me also say that's one of the things that makes us very is to process in Mars. Well, another 3-4 countries have done it. India is the 4th country to do that. First country to do it in the maiden attempt. No other country were able to do it in the maiden attempt. It's a miracle. And these guys who sit here and do a launch rocket in hardly $10 million or something, while those guys keep spending 200 million, 300 million to launch a rocket. I think that's a miracle. We kind of start underestimating ourselves. That's why we don't get the miracle and possibilities.
Everywhere there is a possibility, for sure. It's a simple solution. It's a simple protocol that the complete involvement of oneself into something will actually bring up the result. But I would actually move into some other angles also. Do you think that these positive minds, these beautiful minds over here are bidding managers, the futures of this world? They are eager to grab multiple opportunities and responsibilities in the corporate world. So in our normal curriculum, what we actually follow in B schools or whatever places we actually live in. So they lack that art of Meraki, or they have any angles or any particular ways how they can build that particular art of Meraki.
First is, I want all of you to recognize this. I recognize pretty late in life, so that's why I'm trying to giving it to you upfront. Your degree is like a passport. The knowledge that you gain is a passport. And everybody walks out with that passport. It's like you go to a country, you walk in with a passport. So many people come in with the visas, but how many people make it in that country? So this alone is not going to bring you the possibilities. Possibilities is what you create. So one of the things, say I coach people on life and leadership. One of the things we do, the first session is the self-discovery session. So you need to go through your self-discovery. The problem with us is we think we know everything, we know ourselves very well. And one of the things we change is, this is how I am, don't change me. Nobody is asking you to change. What people are asking you to do is self-discover. Because all of us, everybody in this room, everybody outside this room, are born with the natural gifts and talents. What's your natural gifts and talents? Let me give a quick example of mine. I have, in my career, I had a mix of experiences. Once I can say I was lucky. Number two, I was too adventurous. I'll give you a quick example what happened to me. I started in little bit of operations when I moved into HR. When I moved into the IT industry, the first IT in the company, my chairman sent me to US. He fired the CEO. And he said, you and the CFO run the US operations. I have no clue in business. But what did I just put myself? The first thing that comes to you is fear of failure. Be that first. Never allow the fear of failure to take control of you. If you give control to fear of failure, it will take control of you. That is one thing that I did at first. It came out, I mean, we managed that pretty well. Next thing I got a call from an American company. We were in California. I got a call from New York City. It's a 100% American company. They were never out of US. They wanted an Indian flavor in that company. I was the only Indian there. They hired me to run their application management business. So first 3 months, they said, you just be part of the corporate and then we will give you the application management business. My first conversation with the CEO, his name was Joshua Roosberger, hardcore Jew. I don't know how many of you know how the Jews work. They are a good business. The first thing he told me was, the first thing I told him was, I never ran a P&L. I never ran a business. Josh, I think I will fail. Don't, you have to, I need support or put somebody on the job. I will support them. Don't put me in the front. Because this fear of unknown is working on me. What he said back, don't screw it up. This is the word he said. Don't screw it up. Do what you do good at. Just keep doing. Nothing will happen. Me and the CFO, we will take care of it. So I never bothered on what failure would come. And long story short, that application management business, in 13 months, I made $11 million.
So don't you think there are a lot of exceptions available also? Why? Because people are ready to involve themselves, whatever work they have been given to. But as you explained one of your experience, so it might have happened that it might have happened, or it might happen to a lot of people that they might not get recognized. If at all they are not getting recognized, then how would they actually involve themselves and actually bring the actual result of Meraki?
So, so what did I do in this, just taking a cue from that? I just came out, went out of my comfort zone. I could have done what I have done and just sat there. What I did, I went out of the HR or the operational kind of job. I went into business. I went out of the comfort zone. I took risk. There is no equity for me there. My equity was that I'm a good operational HR guy. But in business, I was zero. That was that I took a risk. I mean, I could have been fired from the company. Maybe I don't get a spot when I come back. So if you put yourself, what happens is it gives you a bigger world of possibilities that you can explore. You thought this is all I can do. I mean, maybe I would have grown vertically. But if you wanted to grow horizontally, today, a lot of people, maybe you are doing HR, some are doing marketing, some are doing finance, doesn't matter. What you need to grow is to break your only functional approach, growth and knowledge, and grow into other areas. That's what takes you to, because as you grow higher and higher, the pyramid becomes narrower and narrow. So the risk is you don't get stuck in these some of the levels that you are in. So to answer your question in one line, I would say, try things which are beyond your comfort zone. The possibilities present itself, but it's all you to grab it. Again, fear of the unknown is what you need to work on. Possibilities will keep coming to you.
Rightly said that if you are out of your comfort zone, so definitely you are actually inviting the possibilities with you. So I would like to add a particular point here. Any recent experience which you want to share with us, which has actually helped you ease your corporate life and has some inclination towards Meraki?
I can give you most of our life we spent in corporate. So even our personal learning comes from there, right? So I want to take Satyam as an example where I worked, and I don't know how many of you know Satyam, which is Tech Mahindra now. You know what happened in 2009? Maybe you were in school at the time. Yeah. So I was in Satyam during that time. So what happened is 2009, things went and we didn't know what happened to the company. So this thing happened to all of us is we were getting calls from other companies, come join us. So one of the things that told me personally during the time first was confusion and fear. And by the time we settled after a week, what told me personally was a national TV, they were showing so many things. One of that is appointment letter. National TV, CNBC, and everything that they showed, it had my signature in every appointment letter. What told me during when I am seeing in the morning, I used to work 16, 18 hours a day, those days. So what told me personally is suddenly some moral responsibility, guilt comes inside. I don't think you can leave the company right now in the stage. You should stay back and do what is possible to bring it back. From a practical thinking, from a work-related thinking, it became too emotional. It became emotional thinking. All these people I hired, they came on board because I have met these people. We give them dreams to come on board. And you cannot be the first one leaving because we don't know the salaries are going to be paid. Of course, the government came and gave all of it. 25 hours a letter saying we want you to stay back. I was one of them, which is okay. But I didn't stay back because of that, because of my own emotional. So I told my head, number two, I was building a house. Can you imagine you don't know whether you're even going to get paid? I've taken a loan and the bank is saying, are you going to have a job or not? So what it taught me, to answer your question, what it really taught me is two things. One is personally humility. I thought I was not great on humility in earlier days. That events changed me to be humble. Why humble was the employees, the way they reacted. So what we did, we put a huge, almost half a size of this banner out in the company, and we kept a bunch of buckets in different color paints. And we wrote on top saying Spirit of Satya. First thing what we did is we put our hand and we put our hand there and said, we are standing for the Spirit of Satya. We don't always to hold the people. We said it's the Spirit of Satya will hold us together. And by the time evening, there was no space in that. Everybody were doing that. Like that, I can quote several humbling experiences which changed me as a person. So I think those things will come in life where it will change you as a person. And that's what you hold on to it. From there on, I learned what humility is, what it means to be humble. And I don't think when you're being humble and have humility, my learning agility increased a lot because I said I need to learn a lot because life lessons. So I think that's a miraculous event which brought miracle inside me.
So that recalls me about the earlier thing, what you actually mentioned. You talked about self-discovery. So usually people do meditation to do an introspection, to know about themselves. And usually I'm sure that a lot of people here, they must be doing self-discovery after every speaker has spoken in the SymbiTalks. So can you, do you connect that meditation thing with the word Meraki by any chance?
See, meditation is a tool. You can do yoga. I mean, you guys are at an age, you can do several things. A lot of people do meditation because they can't do any physical activity, maybe. I don't do meditation, so I'm not an expert to talk about meditation now. But what I do, I run 5K a day. So when you run 5K a day, I put my headphones and run. I don't focus on anything else. I just run. I don't think. I just listen to the music and maybe I think, yeah, I don't get to think anything. So that's a sort of medication.
The headphones to avoid the external noise, or you prefer something in that headphone?
I think that's a great time to listen to music. That's the only reason. There is no other reason. So what I'm trying to say is, you don't need to do meditation to be mindful or have that joyful or soulful experience in inner yourself. You reflect yourself in any place that you can. You stabilize yourself. You know your inner engineering. Everybody is wireframed differently. We should, that is the biggest thing that I learned when I coach people. Because we are all social animals. We all behave the same way. Everybody is sitting in a suit, so you can kind of generalize everybody. But each individual is wireframed differently. So what I would say is, focus inside. Your inner engineering is more important. And if you find yourself very well, I think there are so many tools. Meditation could be a tool, yoga could be a tool, play a game, that could be a tool. When you play a game, you don't think about anything else, you're just playing the game. So you're mindful to that. So, and again, I'm not an expert on meditation, so I can't say that.
No problem. So mostly the young minds who are sitting here, so they tend to do a particular job and they focus a lot in that particular thing. And at a moment when they fail, they try to diverge from that particular path. So should they follow us, as you said, that the key is you have to put your complete conscience into a particular thing. Yes, they have put the complete conscience into their particular job, their interest, but they have failed at certain moment and they think of certain other thing. So how do they handle these things?
See, you will not fail at all if you don't attempt doing anything. I mean, failure is something you are stretching yourself and going beyond whatever. I have failed several times. And that has told me, oh, I should have done this differently. I mean, people say they learn lessons, but you learn differently. So if you are fearless, then you will worry about failure. Failure is okay to have. I want to make a quick observation or give a tip. See, all of you are what age group of 22, 23, right? Somewhere in that region. And after this course, you would have completed your almost 18 years of education. Right? Yes or no? Okay. So 18 years of education is one. Probably we will live for the next 18 years. Okay, your resume, you have 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 18 years. That's your window of opportunity. 18 years of education and 18 years of work. Before that time, you need to make sure that you have established yourself. You have identified yourself. You as X. So at a bigger level, put your life the next 30 years into 3 buckets. First 10 years, second 10 years, third 10 years. First 10 years is growing and learning and discovering. The second 10 years is establishing and identifying yourself and others. The next 10 years is creating. So you become a CEO, you become a COO, you become a vice president, you become an entrepreneur. The last 10 years is about what you created. So you have only 3 10 years to do in your career. A lot of people miss what they need to do in this, and unless you can break it into 5 years of each of those and do. So if you don't evolve as a human being, if you are not in an evolution of person that you want to become, like I tell people, don't take a job, take a career. Don't take a job, take a role. Ask the company, what role are you giving me? Job can be very different. You join a bank, they'll give you assistant vice president straight away. Assistant vice president, executive director, managing director, and you will have some 100 managing directors if it is a large bank. So it doesn't matter. The title, jobs doesn't matter. But what role you are playing? Let me tell you, there are only 4 jobs or 4 roles in the world. Managing self, managing teams, managing business, and managing enterprise. All rest of it, whatever titles you get in between, or probably you might be getting when you go into the corporate, is just to keep you happy.
You have very well said about the 4 different categories, but you have also explained the hierarchy of a particular company. And mostly people have the likings towards going up to a particular level. So is it possible that people or the person who is actually entering into this corporate world, they would actually follow the corporate protocol, or they need to grow as an individual?
Yeah. So corporate protocol will give you their levels in the company. They'll give you titles and say, I'm promoting from here. But for an individual, you need to grow from role. Are you managing self? Are you managing teams? Are you managing people, business? Or you become an enterprise level? That's what the growth is all about.
I would like to take a permission on this particular part. That don't you think that there will be a stagnant part when a particular person is involved into one particular thing and they are not seeing that their colleagues, their teammates are actually growing up and they are focusing on other things as well?
True. Very, very true. It will happen because if you are focusing on only transactional, see, always remember this rule 30-70. It applies everywhere, or a 20-80-20 Pareto, whatever that is. The 20% will define your growth and your potential. The other 80% is all about performance. People say, I worked very well, I worked hard, I need a promotion. No. What is that 20% you did differently? That's what makes people to cherry pick you and pull you up and take you next level. This may be luck, but still I will say this example, and this is a miracle for me. When I joined a company in Chennai called DSQ, that was a group of companies. I came from a manufacturing setup, and this company was acquiring a lot of manufacturing companies. So they hired me in one group, and the chairman, and he said, this is Mukund Menon. We hired him. He will be managing, he will be helping us in these 2-3 companies, while they had 7-8 companies. The meeting is supposed to be only for 10 to 15 minutes. And the chairman, people dared to look into his eyes and say something strong. He asked me 3 questions. I answered the way I answered. Maybe those days I might be slightly arrogant, answered those questions, but hit it on very well with him. It went on for 45 minutes. End of the meeting, he said, from tomorrow onwards, he will report to me. It was a shock for the person who hired me. And he said he will handle all HR of all group companies and he will work with all CEOs. For me, that was a miraculous moment. I never thought, and I was 30 years old, handling 7 to 8 companies, reporting to the chairman, 30, while his reportees were all in the 50s. I was the only youngest guy sitting in the room when he has a meeting. For me, that was a miraculous moment. But what I'm trying to say is, if you need to grow, you need to see what is the 20% that you will do differently. And that's where the magic is. That's where the miracles come to your door, and it's your job to grab them. So focus on what value you are bringing, not how hard you worked. Number 2, what is the new skill and capability that you are bringing to the table? You may have it, but are you bringing to the bear? Are you bringing to the party? That's more important. Because people, we are human beings, we need to show it. People have to be, it has to be visible enough, and has to be relevant enough. Okay, so that's something I would say that will make you grow. And that's when people will say, I also worked hard. You got it, but I didn't get it. It's because you did something differently. I just did what I've been told to do. And they said, yeah, you met the expectation. So in a performance management, we have 3 things that we do: exceed expectation, met expectations, and did not meet. As simple as that. So people who exceed expectations are the ones who grow. You did the out of the ordinary, and it was like a wow, aha moment. That's what is important.
As a part of little of my experience in the corporate world, I would like to state a point that mostly there are a lot of companies, without any offense, startups maybe, over there you'll find flat hierarchy, very flat hierarchy. At that particular point, if at all a particular person is involving himself so that he rejuvenates that word Meraki, he wants to involve himself into that particular job, he will always tend to see that he is going. There is no growth at all. Why? Because there is a flat hierarchy. You are directly reporting to a director. Maybe director is reporting directly to the CEO. In such scenarios, how a person can help himself?
So you're talking about sponsorship.
Sorry?
Sponsorship.
No, I'm saying you have a lot of companies having flat hierarchies. If at all I'm focused more about, okay, worrying about that word Meraki, I am involving too much into my work. But what is the chance to grow in that particular company? Because you don't have any hierarchy. You just directly report to a director, maybe director reporting directly to the CEO. So how would you grow in that particular situation?
So it's growing in a company, it does not.
Basically, what I wanted to say is, at that particular moment, what's the point of involving yourself and doing so passionately doing your work?
See, growing, we always think it is growing vertically. There is also growing horizontally, right? So yesterday, I can give you an example. Yesterday, a young guy with 12 years experience, he works in Netherlands right now. He works for Reckitt. I don't know how many of you know Reckitt. Reckitt is a multinational very reputed company. He is the youngest guy to be in the leadership team, global leadership team of Reckitt. They hired him in India, moved him to Dubai to Netherlands. Now he's in Netherlands. And he's been right from the day he passed out. He got a campus. He was a smart guy. And he's still in Reckitt. So yesterday he had been in Hyderabad. He came to meet me. So he asked me, what should I do in my stage in life today? I'm in Reckitt, 12 years. They keep me very well. What should I do? I said, you have two choices. One is you grow vertically. The other one is you grow horizontally. If you're in your existing company, there are very less chances you will grow vertical after some stage. It will get tougher because the seats are smaller. So what do? You start taking roles, additional responsibilities, which is going to build your capability and your resume and your capacity. It's called capacity building because it may be useful in this company, but it will be definitely useful in the next company. So if you're not looking to get a promotion next, promotion is what? Taking additional responsibilities. So you take additional responsibilities horizontally. So that's what flat organizations do. People get additional responsibility, the scope becomes bigger, your learning becomes bigger. So there is no other formula to that if your levels are hardly 4 or 5 in the company. That's most of the companies are moving to that kind of a setup anyway.
Right. Okay, I would like to involve the audience as well if they have any questions for Mr. Menon. Yes, please. Come on, you must have built some curiosity about the word Meraki, the very important word which you would be using and you would be actually involving yourself.
Always the fearless one takes the first step.
And he already said that you have to get yourself out of your comfort zone.
And you have to be fearless. No fear. And there is no right and wrong questions. Come on, SIBM Hyderabad.
This is SIBM Hyderabad. We cannot sit idle. We have to speak something. Yeah, there's a person. Thank you.
Hello, sir. My name is Ahana. And as we know that India is the 5th largest economy in the world, and in spite of a lot of challenges, we still achieved it. I think that is where our Meraki is. But what do you think will be the right mix for us towards the path of growth to increase our Meraki and take our country to another level? That's it.
Good question. I will tell you the strength we have as a country today is our demographic age group. Guys like you. We have the youngest population in the world. And the youngest population today is very entrepreneurial in thinking. Sit down. Very entrepreneurial in thinking. One of the things I will tell everybody, and now, like when we started our career, we used to put why PPT. Now you don't have to put why India anymore, right? We were trying to get India out there. But now, the only thing, you might study HR, you might study finance, you might study marketing. All that you have to think is you are an entrepreneur. All that you need to think, you are an enterprising person. Don't think operationally or functionally and tie yourself to it. Imagine that everybody thinks enterprisingly, everybody thinks entrepreneurially, what this country can become. Because what is entrepreneurialism? It's not about you doing a business all by your own. It is also being in a company and being entrepreneurial. Today, companies are developing people to be entrepreneurial within the company. So entrepreneurship and enterprising attitude is what is going to take this country forward. And with the young minds, that's why I'm saying be fearless. Don't worry, don't think, oh, business, I'm not a business person. I don't come from a business family. I can't be entrepreneurial in a company. I'm supposed to do this job. No. So today, that is the need of the nation. And very soon, by 2030, we will be in the third place. That's why Mr. Modi said we have to be 5 trillion because Japan is just moved beyond 5 trillion today. Well, they were 1 week back, they were 5.9. So we have to push to 5.5 maybe, or maybe 6, we don't know. But we will be third place anytime in another 8-9 years from now. So who's going to make it happen is people sitting in this room and people who are not in this room. How will you make it happen is think entrepreneurially. You have to have a very enterprising mind. And I'm going to keep repeating, be fearless. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. Be brave. Be suave that I failed by doing this. Talk that story. Share that story. Be proud about it. Failure is. Have you seen a lot of people who have made success? They say, oh, I failed here, I got rejected here. Why do they say that story? I mean, I'm sure that I don't have to say all the examples, Michael Jordan, Rowling, all these people. You will be successful because they believed in it, number one. Number two, they were enterprising enough to believe in what they thought was right. So entrepreneurial thinking and being enterprising is what is going to for you personally, as well as we as a country. Did I answer that question? Yeah.
Any other questions?
So this is Prashant Kumar, and my question is on the same lines as you rightly said, sir. There is always a fear of failure in whatever we do. So what is the first step to eradicate out that fear from our minds? Because it is mostly a psychological one.
See, lack of information is a fear to start with. I don't know what it is. Then what will happen? You go to Uncle Google and start gathering some information. Most of the time, they confuse you a little bit more or scare you. Especially, never take career advice from Google. Okay? Number one. Number two, if you want to pursue something, just go 1 inch wide and 1 feet deep. Get as much deeper as possible. Number one. Number two, talk to people. Don't shy away from talking to people. People can give you good insights about, is this possible, what you should do, what you should not do. They will give you that. And the third is never be afraid to take risks. The risk taking, the aversion to risk taking is what the fear is all about. If you take the risk, see, if you are a serious person, you are logically strong. Your chances of failure is very low because you will figure it out. So what I would say is, get information, talk to people, and third is take risks. Then you will, and not attempting. See, this is what the miracle of possibilities. A lot of people made miracles because they broke those barriers, their own barriers. I don't want to do a psychology lesson of thinking, blah, blah, blah. All that. You all know that very well. But what I would say is lack of information to start with is fear. So once you completely know, and don't wait for being 100% perfect. 90% you know, move on, take risk.
So here, I would just like to add, in this pressure building world, fast paced world,
do you suggest any alternative? Suppose, as you said, that risk le lo, fearless you have to be very fearless. But are there any alternatives? Because mostly there are chances for fallbacks. So in that case, any alternatives would you want to suggest? So the only alternative, but I can tell you what I do. I always look at a plan A and plan B. Plan A is aggressive, take risks, go and do your best and do it. My fallback is plan B. That is conservative. It's like you are an investor. They will say, put some money in debts, put some money in equity, right? Depending upon your nature. If you are a very risk adventurous, can-do attitude, put more risk on things that you can take risk, and have a plan B where you can fall back. So even somebody was selecting a college last month. They came to me to ask, how do I go about in US, UK? I said, go for the best universities. That is your plan A. But don't think that you will get it. You're going for the Ivy League, may or may not you get it. You have good marks. But what's your plan B is, if I apply to these colleges, which is one step below Ivy, I will get for sure. That's your plan B. Right? So even if you fall, you have a safety net. It's like an insurance. So the question is, what's your insurance? And play with it. So that your fall, you won't die, but you might break your bones. That's okay.
So basically, you are putting one leg into that, what do you say, river, samandar, but put one leg behind so that you can stabilize yourself if at all you're falling back. Any other questions, please?
Hi, sir. So as you said right now that you should be having an entrepreneurial mindset in the corporate sector. So what do you exactly mean by having an entrepreneurial mindset? So how do you help that having an entrepreneurial mindset in the corporate sector? Like, what is it actually all about?
Good. Help me with this. What is the specialization that you have taken?
So marketing.
Marketing. Okay, so I can tell you in marketing. So let's say, please. So let's say you got a job as a marketing manager in a company. So they will tell you, what's your name again? Yash. 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 So they will say, Yash, we wanted to do pricing, we wanted to know competitive information from our competition. We wanted to know how the product is doing, blah, blah, blah. You are all set and you are doing, etc., etc. But what if you took a step back and thought, this product is mine, and if it is my own company, what would I do? First, you will go and look at how the manufacturing is done. You will go and understand the competition, how the product is done. What is unique about my product? Then you will talk to the finance guy and say, boss, what is the best pricing capability that we can bring to the table? Then you will actually go to the market and find out with the customers directly or with the dealers or the retailers and find out what they're really thinking, not hiring one agency and giving them 13 questions, bring it up, put it in my chart and show it to me. That's a marketing job. So entrepreneurial is thinking, if it's my own company, how would I do it? And then you take that approach. That will give you a better handle, and your stories, your narrative will be not one of those cookie cutter things which they discuss in a boardroom. You will have real things to talk about, and you will have real solutions to deal with, and you will have real problems to talk about. That's what reality people will bring to the table when you become entrepreneurial. And once you do this, it's very natural for you to say, let's take risk. I know it will work. Right? So that's, for me, that's what being entrepreneurial is all about. Somebody give the... Oh, you're here? She was, okay.
Okay. So firstly, thank you for this engaging conversation that we have been having. My question is with relevance to the word that you mentioned, capability building, which you said that horizontally and vertically. So in this scenario, we have been seeing that the recent trends are more of job switching and job hopping. The students or the candidates today look forward to basically switch their jobs to climb up the vertical ladder in a very short span of time. So my question is, what would you recommend to the people of today's generation? Should they be sticking with one particular company for a long period of time and develop their capabilities within the company, or is it that they should be switching their jobs and learn from different perspectives, climb up the ladder faster? Or how would you recommend them?
Sure, sure. Yes. See, people switch jobs is because they are not switching rules. They are switching companies. They switch companies for different reasons, maybe salary, I'm not getting a promotion, it is too far, blah, 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 could be any of those reasons. Very rarely people say, I am wanting to play this role, am I getting this role, then I will go. You will not, hardly 10% would do that. 90% are reasons which are very commercial in nature. I want to also kind of bring this perspective and keep in mind that things changed. Why I said horizontally you need to build your capability is, if you are not having capability and skills which are on the high end of the spectrum. For example, if somebody is doing HR, I'm very good in payroll, I can collect data from employees, I can churn it and I can pay it. I'm very good at it. I will keep on doing this for the next 10 years. I will feel very sorry for that person for a simple reason. There is this new concept in technology which is common called digital twins. Okay, please read through if you can do that, which is very important for you. Is what this means is all those operational jobs, sales assistant, HR assistant, supply chain, these routine repetitive jobs done by these clerical type of people all are going away, which will be done through technology called digital twins. Even the BPO's jobs are going to be done by digital twins. I have personally invested in a company which has a product, digital twins. So imagine you have only one capability and there is another company hired you and there is another company hired you, you keep jumping, your salary keeps increasing because of the jump, they give you 10, 15, 20% more. But what value have you had it yourself? At one point of time, you will be redundant and replaceable because there's nothing you have upgraded yourself on that, especially if you're an IT person. Lucky you, you're all in MBA. But if you're a technical person, you have to be constantly every 6 months upgrade your skills. So you also have to keep upgrading your capability because you would be replaced or made redundant very quickly. You would have jumped companies and salaries, but that's not the trajectory you want to be in. Have you jumped higher in your capability? Have you jumped higher in your skill? Have you jumped higher in your knowledge? That's the jump you need to do. Like I said, your first 10 years is investment. What have you invested? Not how much salary I got, but what have you invested yourself, which is going to take you for the next 20 years, 30 years. If you don't do, there are so many people like you who are coming out of colleges from other MBA institutes. Is that right? Your competition is not in this room. Your competition is out there. Smart people do that, they get cherry picked. You will all go and join as a batch. As you be there, you'll start getting cherry picked one by one, one by one. Those are the guys who grow. Every year I had hired a lot of people. I used to tell, I was talking to Dr. Venkata Rao also. I've been hiring from Symbiosis from 96 onwards, MBAs from Pune. I was recalling that Mr. Bala used to be in Symbiosis those days. All the people whom I hired those days today, they are CEOs or the head of consulting companies, and they are the head of consulting companies in India or head of HRs. All of them, all from Symbiosis. And I've hired more people, but I wanted to tell you that because we only told them, they all became consulting people. Some of them are in Europe, some are in US, some are in Singapore, some are Asia heads, some are in CHROs today. Because they upgraded themselves. They never hesitated in also going horizontal. Because they acquired a lot of knowledge on the side. And suddenly they become a holistic person. Being an expert is good, but what else will be the question? So you need to be able to answer what else. Because there is always less traffic in extra mile.
That was good. Any more questions? You had something.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Ishita Mukherjee, and my question to you is that you have put a lot of importance on being fearless and eradicating that thought of fear of failure. But don't you think that two parts? One, that we have been, since our childhood, our minds have been developed in a way that, the fear of exams, the fear of success, the fear of failure. And so if you don't have this fear exactly, there's always a mindset of, we'll see what happens. It's not that important. So I feel that fear of failure is still a very important part of our, personality or our being. What's your perspective on that?
I will mix biology to this. There is a fear, if I put my hand in fire, it will burn. Imagine it's defense mechanism. Fear is a defense mechanism. But if that defense, it's like a gun in your, or a sword, just to defend yourself. Fear has to be for that. But it cannot be the being itself. If you are living only in fear, then it is gone. But fear should be only for defense. For instance, if you're driving, I should not drive more than this speed. If I drive more than this speed, it can get into an accident. That fear is okay. So fearless means is avoiding procrastination. You keep procrastinating. In America, we call it kicking the can. Take the can and put it in the trash. Keep on kicking the can. No, we'll do it. No, when it comes, it does. No, I think it is risky. No, that person didn't fail. Why should I do it? That's called fear. Because you don't want to do because you think you're going to fail. That's not okay. That's what I meant as fear. And when you grew up, people taught you fear to defend yourself. As a child, they say, don't do this. If you don't do this, this will happen. It's for your own defense. But how do you overcome fear is if you are able to go beyond it. That's why I was telling this gentleman here. 1 inch wide and 1 feet deep. If you go into that, most of your fears will get alleviated. Right? Then you are able to attempt, what will go wrong, when will go wrong, and what is my capability to do it. Or ask for help and go and attempt to do it. And don't worry about image too much. It's okay. Like Jeff Bezos said, your brand is what people talk about you when you're not in the room. So you can't control it. You can't build an image for yourself. People will talk about you when you're not in the room, and that's the image. So don't worry. Do what you do well. I don't know how many of you, I'm sure you will start be authentic enough. In today's world, we talk about authentic leadership. It all starts from you today. Be as authentic as possible. You will learn, you will engage with people, you will attempt doing things, you will succeed. The failure quotient is very low with a lot of people. People failed a lot because they were not serious. They didn't take it seriously. They were a little sloppy. If you do things seriously, trust me, you will win.
Yeah. Do we have any other question? I would like to pick up a line which Mr. Menon rightly said. You kick that can and move ahead, right? He's telling that don't just continue kicking that can. Instead, put that can in the trash. So trash that particular thing so that while you go into that course of action, you start discovering yourself. You start finding more possibilities within you. It was interesting talking to you, Mr. Menon, and quite engaging sessions. Can we have a good round of applause for this session again?
And I would like to thank Dr. Venugopal, my good friend in the corporate. Thank you so much. And thank you for helping me with the questions. And it's always, how do you call it, energizing when I come to a college.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's
Thank you for
always
joining us.
energizing. Yeah, thank you.
Hello.
No, it's fine, sir. It's fine. I'm sure that everyone would agree that it is an insightful and interactive session. Thank you, sir, for sharing your experiences and shedding light on the topics which the budding managers here should surely know. Now I request Dr. K.P. Venugopal Rao, Director, SIBM Hyderabad, to felicitate Mr. Mukund Menon. And I now request our Director, sir, to felicitate Mr. Abhijit Rishu, our alumni. I now invite Ms. Asmita Arjun Dalvi, Student Head, the Corporate Interaction Cell, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Alekhya. So, echoing the words of Eckhart Tolle, acknowledging the good that you already have in your life is the foundation of all the abundance. I, Asmita Arjun Dalvi, on behalf of Corporate Interaction Cell and SIBM Hyderabad, would take this opportunity to thank all the dignitaries who embrace SymbiTalks 7.0 with their presence. Summing up this exhilarating two-day journey, I express my heartfelt gratitude towards Mr. Ankur Chaturvedi, Dr. Rajesh Parekh, Mr. Tarun Srivastava, Mr. Hakeem Basha, Mr. Vishal Shrimankar, Mr. Anirban Mukherjee, Mr. Naveen Mathur, Mr. Mukund Menon, and our esteemed alumni, Mr. Abhijit Rishu. I also thank our director, Dr. K.P. Venugopal Rao, for providing us with a wonderful platform to host such an event. Thank you, sir. I thank our Deputy Director, Dr. Shyam Sundar Chitta, for his constant support. He is not present today, but I thank you, sir. I convey my warmest regard to Head Corporate Relations, MDP, Mr. Nicholas Daniel Ross, for being the backbone of this event. Thank you so much, sir. I thank all the faculty members and non-teaching staff for their constant assistance provided in every step. I thank all the clubs and committees, starting from Melange, PR, MESCOM, Pratibim, Dark, Graffiti, Placement Committee, ACORD, and the Student Council for their constant support all throughout the days. A very special thanks to John Joseph for his creative assistance. You might have seen all the posters. It's because of John and his creative assistance all the while. Also, without the support of the whole team, it couldn't have been possible to come this far. I'm fortunate enough to be backed by such a team. Thank you, Team CIC. And last but not the least, thank you to all the alumni present here, both the batches and all the audiences attending this event and showing their interest. Thank you so much.
As Robert Boyce said, knowledge is power. Knowledge shared is power multiplied. Following this quote, I hope that these 2 days were of great learning and knowledge gaining. We thank each and every one of you present here for making this event a memorable one as always. Thank you all. I request all the students to stay back for some time.